Greetings, my excellent friends. Cue the music. And welcome to the 12th session of our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle, City of Dread. With me tonight, as always, are our four vampires of differing degrees of competence. In the top left, we have Snip as Nulai, looking around confused. In the bottom left, we have Blue Moon as Katya. In the bottom right, Ruthie on Fire as Joanne. And in the top right, free and clear from recent abductions. Wait, what's your new Twitch username? It's still Raptor, but the thing in front of it changed.
Halcyon Raptor.
That person as Flynn. I remember things, and I'm super professional and excellent at introducing the people that I invite to come on my show. Yes, you. Very good. Well done. Thanks, that helps. So, before we get into the action, allow me to set the scene, remind everybody of what they are watching. Vampire the Masquerade, set in the world of darkness, a world much like our own, but with certain supernatural horrors lurking out there in the night. Vampires, werewolves, ghosts. Our four players will once again step into the role of a coterie of vampires, carving out their place in the night. Our players work for the Camarilla, which is a kind of secret vampire government. The Camarilla operates worldwide, setting up in as many cities as possible, though each city's Camarilla is a fairly independent from the rest. They run like a feudal court, with the Prince as their leader, a gender-neutral term among vampires. The Prince can be a man, the Prince can be a woman, the Prince can be NB. In our city, Shadeport's case, the Prince is a lady, Juliet Hammersley. The Prince and her court keep the vampires, or kindred as they call themselves, in line for the sake of survival and for safety. Their number one rule being the Masquerade. Keep hidden from mortals. If mortals ever become fully aware of the existence of blood-sucking, sharp-toothed, sunlight-burning night creatures that have an unhealthy fondness for the necks of those that still breathe, they would probably destroy them. Our game is set in a city called Shadeport, which is a fictional dockside city which could exist in any nation, really, or in none of them. We keep that vague since we have a multicultural crew here. Shadeport's Camarilla is new and small, little control over the city as a whole. Much of the city is still occupied by vampires who don't support the Camarilla, such as the large West Shadeport Collective, which is a coalition of smaller anarch communities who don't follow as many rules. They just band together to protect themselves from more cohesive, scary groups like the Camarilla. Can someone with a mod sword please ban the spam bot in the chat? That would be helpful. There also exists a mysterious group known as the Cult of Nathaniel, who seem to worship a vampire from Shadeport's past, higher up in the old Camarilla, who 5 years ago basically destroyed the old Camarilla by killing the old prince and a bunch of other higher-ups, starting a kindred war and plunging the city into chaos, which unfortunately got the attention of vampire hunters. Seeing all that was going down, those hunters purged the city of all of its vampires, which created the Shadeport of today, where the new Camarilla has very little control. This Nathaniel was believed dead, but according to this cult, he lives. Right now, our coterie have achieved a victory of sorts. We can call it a victory. You came out okay. You've apprehended one of the leadership of the Cult of Nathaniel, one of the only leadership figures who you've identified at the moment, Dr. Emil Hansen, who seems to be the pioneer of their brainwashing efforts, which turns kindred and mortals alike into devoted, unquestioning servants of Nathaniel. Dr. Hansen had kidnapped Flynn, exposing her to some of that brainwashing. Though luckily it didn't have much of an effect on Flynn due to some defensive measures that she'd been lucky enough to benefit from, which the others don't really know about, but hey, all's well that worked out well. In the efforts to rescue Flynn, our coterie managed to put a stake in an injured Hansen, and now he lies torpid and frozen in their clutches. The situation is still chaotic, though. The reason why all of this happened is because our coterie were trying to find the prince, who herself seems to have been abducted by the cult as well, though she was nowhere to be found in Hansen's safe house. She remains missing. Their next closest ally and superior, Sheriff Mikhail, is himself out of commission. He is a torpid captive of the Anarchs, who aren't really holding him in a hostile way, more of a concerned and... what's the word? Yeah, cautious kind of way. They've stated that they won't harm him at all, they'll keep him safe, but they won't free him until they're satisfied that they no longer need the leverage and the failsafe. In the absence of all of that Camarilla leadership, a meeting will be taking place very soon, wherein Gwendolyn, the herald of the Camarilla and one of the only higher-ups still free, clear, and uncompromised, intends to solidify her claim to the role of acting prince while Juliet is gone. But our coterie don't really like Gwendolyn. They don't really trust her. So maybe they don't want that to happen. They're not officially invited to this meeting, but they know where it's going to be held, at a nightclub that Gwendolyn owns and often spends her evenings in. So they could very easily crash it. With that in mind, our coterie have two major things to focus on this upcoming meeting, and the doctor in their custody. But before we get to them, we do need to do a bit of a debrief for Flynn and the very busy night that she had, because she was not the only captive of Hansen. She had a more traumatic day than most. Flynn's mortal partner, Agatha, was also abducted by Hansen, as they were both working together as nurses at a clinic. And though she made it out of there unharmed, she has had quite the terrifying and sobering experience. Agatha knows all about the kindred, because Flynn hasn't been discreet. And Agatha always wanted to be turned, thinking that, well, being a vampire would be cool and far more fulfilling than living a dreary mortal life, growing old and dying. Let's see what getting abducted and having her friends shot in front of her and being threatened with brainwashing and death would do to that belief. Flynn, let's first consider the fact that the rest of the coterie don't know about Agatha's connection to you, really, and that, again, as a reminder for everyone, your relationship with her is super heavily against Camarilla rules. You're not supposed to tell mortals the secret vampire stuff, and if they do know, then you need to blood bond them, which kind of turns them into a semi-consenting servant. The semi insofar as they could agree to be bonded to you, but once they are bonded to you, their mind is unfairly affected by your blood running through their veins. They believe that you are amazing and fantastic, and they will do anything for you. But that's not really their own mind. So you didn't do that to Agatha. Because you didn't do that to Agatha, though, she is a mortal who knows too much, and under the Camarilla, that marks her for death. And it marks you for death. Depending on how discreet your friends are. There is someone who knows a bit more now, Flanagan, the other Anarch-aligned kindred who was locked up next to you and who you also freed, but he seems fairly grateful for the life save and the rescue, so you're hoping that that stays mum. Rest of the coterie don't really know. What they know is you were abducted from a clinic, and when they found you in Hansen's safe house, there was a terrified mortal, also in a nurse's outfit, that was with you, and since you guys aren't horrible, evil sociopaths, you'll helped her out of the building. So what do you do as that night ends? What do you say to them about her? And let's just figure out whether the party are all, yeah, that all makes sense, or whether there are people who are now curious about what they saw.
Flynn's definitely going to try and play it off as she's just helping out a human that she found because she doesn't trust Nulai to keep his mouth shut.
As in, you're not going to tell the whole coterie about everything purely because you don't want Nulai to know.
Yeah, if I can, like, discuss it with Joanne and Katya, like, at an aside, but I would. But if that didn't, like, present itself, I would just...
Okay.
Yeah, brush it off.
Perhaps that can come out later, but, yeah, I mean, it's very obvious that Agatha is a nurse, and the coterie did track that you went to a clinic. So it makes sense that if you were abducted from a clinic, that a mortal nurse might have been brought with, and that could be coincidental, but that's up to the people hearing your story. But yeah, that's what the party members are told. Does anybody attempt to push it or ask more, or are you all just super tired and go home? Because essentially we're going to do the debrief with Flynn, and then we'll probably advance to the next evening since it's been a long night and the sun is coming up. Y'all let her go? Okay, good. That moves us along. Alright, well, Agatha doesn't say much on the way home. You get the impression that she's in prolonged shock. But as you guys reach... you don't live together, do you? So you'd go to her house?
Yeah.
Okay. You get her home and sit her down, and in a quiet voice, she sort of looks at you and says, "You know, I felt so helpless.
It's the reality of it, of a mortal surrounded by kindred. You were helpless. You were food."
Mm-hmm. So then, you agree that I'd be better able to protect myself if I was one of you?
Oh my god. After all you've seen, you still want this. You want this life.
I'm not seeing a way out. If they get to me because of you, then they know who I am. And if you're not there and I can't do anything, well, what if I could do some things?
Flynn's a bit torn because she hates the idea of Agatha being turned, but she feels a lot of guilt at the situation that she's put her in. There's option number 3, which is you never see me. I could leave and you would be safe.
She just sort of shakes her head. That's not what I want. I'll take the danger over that, thank you. She's just kind of... Her hands are shaking and she looks to be trying to stop that. But it's not working. She looks at you and says, I know it's not something that you just do like it's nothing. I'm not trying to bully you into doing this for me, but I do think it is the way to go, and I guess I'm just waiting for you to see that.
Can we table this until after the current shitstorm has gone down?
So that we can then readdress it during the middle of the next shitstorm? Okay, okay.
I just now is really not a good time. I can't even go into why it's not a good time.
She looks frustrated, but she also looks exhausted. She's just... I just wish you'd trust me more, but...
It's not a matter of trust. I physically cannot go into why it's not a good time.
And that's solid truth.
Mm. It's more than just your safety at risk if I sate your curiosity.
She's a bit of a mix. She's disappointed and frustrated and still very shaken up and trying to, she's not teary now, but she was before. But she seems to be willing to accept that that's all she's going to get tonight, and I guess she sees a little glimmer of hope in your reaction to what she said, in that perhaps you saw a glint of sense in the idea of her having a bit more power, being able to take care of herself better. But in the end, she is willing to let you go, though, to gloss over a little, she suggests that, considering what happened, like she was, forced to call you and basically lay a trap, you guys work out some sort of code stuff between each other, so if that happens again, you will know that there is a problem when she talks to you without her alerting anyone.
Yeah.
We don't obviously need to super detail that, but,
For the second safe word.
Yeah. What would that be?
All I can think of is the word pineapple.
That would be a difficult word to work into a casual conversation, but perhaps that can be workshopped over time. Anyway, so yeah, Agatha is a mixed bag, and much to your frustration, she is not immediately folded in fear, though there's also a somewhat... I don't know, I mean, that option 3 of leaving her forever, like, is there a little bit of a relief in that she isn't asking for that?
Oh yeah, it's a huge relief, but that also comes with, like, heapings of guilt that I feel relief over that.
You have 3 choices, and all of them are a turd.
Yep.
But you do not need to make them today, because as you sort of, push her to fall asleep, she, I guess it's that, nurse life of being able to catch sleep whenever the fuck you can, that, she is able to settle down a wee bit better than the average person would, though perhaps that also says something to her, resilience and her, unhealthy though it may be, interest in this lifestyle, that being exposed to the dangers you were worried about full on did not completely break her, as you probably thought it would. But
yeah.
Didn't break you the first time either, eh? So, do you intend to stay with her, or do you make an attempt to leave her house? She's asleep.
I'll probably leave.
Okay. She'll live in an apartment or a house?
Apartment.
It's not until you exit the building that you see them off to the side. Respectfully. He doesn't barge in this particular case, but you see Crimson with his bodyguard Salim this time. No sign of Celia, but knowing how they operate and what she does for him, you have... In fact, it was probably said that Hansen's house, which is full of corpses and damage. Part of what she does for him is the whole mafia cleanup stuff, so that would be her for the rest of the day. Also, as the sun comes up, she doesn't have a problem, so she's off doing that. But they flag you down, as Crimson simply says, "My apologies for appearing here, but it is very important that we talk."
Agreed.
You're out. Go on.
I was going to say, is there somewhere safe to talk?
I have plenty of places. If you like, we can head back to the treated house that we've been to before. The place is already covered, and Celia doesn't need to be there. That means tongues do not need to be held at all. So, you know, you'll make your way there. I assume that we don't care enough about the details of vehicles, but if you drove something to Agatha's, then the three of you each go in separate cars. And you get inside the same building as before, and as you enter, you feel that sort of change in the air and the atmosphere as you pass through the doorway, and you enter through some form of magical barrier to which you don't really know the specifics, but you know that it means there is nothing that will be listening in, no matter how powerful it may be. You'll get to relax on fancy couches. First thing he says, fairly simple. Right, so they grabbed you. What did you see? And what did you hear?
Not a great deal.
There were a few things that would come to your mind to tell him, such as Hansen said something along the lines of a pretender Nathaniel, who you pretty sure would be him. And you also had that experience with the brainwashing room. Do you relate how that worked?
I do, and I assume that the help that I received was Celia.
Yes. The same little bubble that keeps certain thoughts away. But you know all that already. So
I'm racking up quite the debt to her.
I wouldn't know. I try to keep my relationships mutual. Couldn't tell you whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm sure you'll find out. He thinks for a moment. So, these posters, this brainwashing endeavor, it's very likely just an enchanted artifact to strengthen its connection, allow it to send its messages more clearly. I wouldn't be surprised if this doctor had absolutely nothing to do with their creation and was just a stooge, but hopefully not. Hopefully he'll have more to tell you. Or us. I did ask that they cut me in and let me be part of the interrogation, and I look forward to finding out whether they intend to honor that. They seemed non-committal.
I somehow doubt that they will.
Doesn't really matter as long as you're there. That said, it may be time soon to meet with them properly in a room like this and tell them a little more about what it is they're butting their heads into.
It would perhaps prevent them working at cross purposes, yes, and wasting energy on seeing you as a villain in this instance.
Are you sure that energy's wasted?
No.
Didn't think so.
but my path is already chosen, so...
There is something new. Something I'm not entirely sure about yet. What do you know about Nulai? About why he came here, about where he came from? Does he talk about that?
Almost never. All I've gained has only been overheard snippets, and none of it really made sense. I know it wasn't great for him before he got here, but I don't know why. I know that he trusts very few people. I am not among those he does.
Do you think he knows why he's here?
In the grand scheme of things, possibly not. Especially if it was his being here was engineered like ours. He's very new at all of this, and I find myself furious that he is being manipulated in this way.
So you'd believe that he is innocent in this? That whatever purpose he was brought here for is not something he signed up for?
Perhaps, or at least perhaps not willingly.
I think I agree. But I don't like certainties. Well, I do, I just don't like being certain before I'm sure. I've learned something that may relate to why he was singled out and brought here.
Is he in danger?
Oh, we're all in danger.
More so than usual.
He starts to tell you something as we fade out from this scene. And, Raptor, I'm gonna send you some words in a private message that you can read and reflect upon.
Juicy gossip.
Yeah. Let's, leave that for now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you should read it sooner rather than later because it may inform something later on. Anyway, so the two of you would continue your discussion, but that's about all that he has to let you know of. As for everybody else, I assume that we're good if I advance to the next evening, unless there is something burning that someone wants to do first in their, like, your last hour before sunlight.
Not necessarily burning, but no, I would like to talk to Katya for a moment.
That's very possible. Oh, there is another thing to decide upon before the night ends, which Flynn doesn't get to be involved in because she buggered off with Agatha.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob, when you guys get back to your headquarters, Jacob is still there. And you have the doctor staked. How do you handle the two of them? I believe it was said before that y'all would rather Jacob did not know about him. Do you, I guess, sneak the staked guy around past Jacob?
Personally, I'm reasonably comfortable with keeping Jacob in the loop, just because having a known officer of the court possibly on our side,
Yeah,
when things may or may not go astray politically in the near future. But that's my position. I don't know that everyone else agrees.
So you had your chat... No, yeah.
We caught the guy that took Juliet. We think he can tell us where to find Juliet. information that may be helpful in retaining his goodwill. But that's not something I want to take the initiative on without the rest of my group agreeing upon it.
I, against my better judgment, am going to agree with Katya. Simply because I don't think we have a lot of options.
I think if you want to keep these middle management types happy, you have to throw them a bone once in a while.
Yes. We have to
Otherwise,
give him something
you breed
to
resentment.
Yeah, he has to want to stay on our side for whatever reason, and if he feels useful. And we know his loyalties lie with Juliet. He's stupid, but he's loyal, so I guess.
That's as much as we have right now.
Yeah, if we can let him feel like he's important or instrumental in some way of like bringing Juliet back, appeal to his pride and savior complex, then maybe.
Nula, do you agree?
Nula has no strong opinions one way or the other.
Okay then.
Alright then. Then I'd like to update him on what we've been up to.
Do we have a plan to present to him already? Like we go, okay, so here's this dude, this is what we're gonna do, don't fuck it up? Or like...
What I would like to do is contact Mr. Church, because Dr. Hansen is very good at two things. One is having his way with people mentally. The other is escaping. If someone powerful enough to keep him in place is brought into this equation, then we might be able to question him without him turning into mist and slipping out through the vents. So, we also, the West Side group would very much like to know the whereabouts of Flanagan if he hasn't already returned to them.
I assume that you guys let him go home and didn't attempt to hold him. Yeah.
I think there's grounds for us to cooperate on learning however much of the truth Dr. Hansen knows. And I don't think that we can do that by ourselves.
No,
I think he'll likely escape. Oh, I will. I'm gonna blindfold him. Even though he's staked, he's not gonna be unblindfolded ever again if I have any say in the matter.
One step that needs to be done in order to ask him any questions, other than obviously unstaking him, unfortunately, is to wake him up from the fact that you'll beat him into unconsciousness. And that isn't as simple as all that. A vampire will eventually wake up, because they slowly heal. Generally speaking, if they are fed vampire blood that is good enough, shall we say, and that varies on who you are feeding. Basically, someone who is as old or as strong is not the right word, but
potent.
Yeah. There's a few things that go into it, but basically, yeah. If the person you're feeding is above you, you probably won't help them out.
So there are logistics here that the four of us can probably not manage on our own.
That's another reason to bring Church into the mix then. And I'm not seeing any reason to exclude them from this.
Contacting other people, you can do that before the sun comes up, but it would only be for organizing something the next evening, so that might be a thing to wait a second on.
If Joanne wants to contact Miss Blue Hair, Sapphire, that's okay by me.
As
I would
for
text
Jacob,
Sapphire.
we'd need to obviously run the scene of you guys arriving at the headquarters, bringing in Hanson, and telling Jacob whatever you're going to tell him. So that would be the first thing that would happen as you got there.
I think it would make the most sense to go in with a very sort of confident, we know what needs to happen with this guy kind of attitude. Because I think if Jacob thinks for even a second that he knows a better way to handle it, he's gonna go rogue and he's gonna fuck this up for everyone. So
Well, I can walk right through the door with a body over my shoulder if that sells our competency at all.
I would like to
Sure.
point out that both Joanne and Katia are rather injured.
I am quite severely injured.
So that is also going to affect the visuals. Flynn was also completely fucked, but there wasn't really any reaction when we had the... because everyone Flynn spoke to had already seen her, so... But yeah, Jacob is probably going to notice the heavy wounds. Nulai, however, is mint condition.
as usual.
That's what happens when you stay in the car.
Or stay in your packaging.
I'd like to point out that I was very
feel
much
like-
injured after I came out of the box.
That's true.
And on that note, mint in box is what I'm writing on New Lie's fucking door next time we have a moment. Like,
You can do that while Nulai is talking to Katia quietly after the Jacob thing. We have to do the Jacob thing first. Alright. So, yeah, is that the plan? Katia walks in with a body over the shoulder?
Mm-hmm.
Jacob...
even if we're limping, we're still confident.
Yeah. Jacob is... How best to describe this? No, not with a Windows beep. Stop that. Jacob is sitting comfortably on one of your luxury couches that have been recently moved in, and reading a book douchily.
Can he read the other way?
Yeah.
I'm
good question.
picturing like full thinker pose here, like
Sadly, you do not see that this like terribly dry tome secretly has a comic book on the infold of it. He is actually reading a big
He's a nerd.
giant treatise on something or another. It's yeah, but he stops that as he sees Katia swagger in, not really bleeding, because you don't bleed, but with holes that would be bleeding heavily if the human mechanism still worked there. He doesn't. He drops the heavy book on himself. What?
we came out ahead considering the competition.
Who?
Oh. He's the one who took Juliet.
I don't recognize him. But do you have proof?
So, and I'm refresh my memory here as the GM. Like we were actually told this, right? Via the vision reenactment thing.
Selena and Sapphire were witness to the fact that, yeah, there was most of the evidence in terms of convincing people who were there for nothing isn't really there. It's a lot of, you know for a damn fact because you've seen and heard, but, like, no, you don't have, like, video recordings or anything. But yes, the spell that was cast upon the mansion, the memory sort of facsimile of your sire, Arkady Volkov, named Emil Hansen as having given him the directive to abduct Juliet.
Alright, so I'm not going to cite mystical visions to convince him. I'm just going to say, my sire helped him, I'm certain.
Don't misunderstand me. I'm not suggesting that I won't believe you, more to the point of there's a lot of people in the Camarilla who don't know you and yours. If it comes to that.
Which is why he is going to tell us where she is. And we're going to find her.
Right, that sounds good. He just sort of points at the various holes. Did anybody die? Have the other two come in yet?
I would probably have been right behind Katya.
I assume we would have all followed.
He's like, the Bruja?
She had personal business to attend to.
He looks disappointed.
I roll my eyes at him.
Sorry. Did she put the stake in him? Because she's quite good at that.
She did, right?
Yeah, she did actually.
One of you
she?
did. I think it
I
was.
can't remember. I think I might have.
I'm pretty sure it was her.
It's becoming a trend.
Yes, well, that sounds about
She is a knack.
You're telling me.
Any news on the home front?
Well, considering my role in the Elysium fracas, I have kept my head down tonight. I'm not particularly sure of my safety with regards to the other members of the court. Obviously, you had some assumptions regarding my allegiances, and, well, let me put it this way. We have had our disagreements, but I would like it very much if, under the spirit of our mutual loyalty and regard for Prince Juliet, that you don't let Gwendolyn murder me.
Huh. Well, well, well. If it isn't the consequences of your shitty attitude.
I'd love to say that Gwendolyn has no chance to murder anyone. So I think we're in agreement on that account.
Indeed.
You might be my favorite gangrel. You get the impression that you might be the only gangrel he has ever not hated.
Seems like a good
I'll take
place
that
to
as a
be.
compliment.
Right, well,
What a
I
douche.
cannot say that interrogation is amongst my strengths to have a plan for this.
As a matter
We
of
have
fact, we do.
options.
You see. Well, as I say, the finances of Prince Hammersley's court are at your disposal, should you need them, with regards to rescuing her. I don't think she'd mind that at all.
Understood?
It's basically all he can offer is administrative and financial stuff. He explains again that he has access to, buying stuff, hiring mortals. The problem that he has right now is that he is not talking to the other kindred because just as you thought that he was a traitor, he's thinking they do too, and he would like to go with you if you guys are reconnecting with Gwendolyn and the Primogen and the others. Or, if you don't want him to go with you, then for you to let them know that he's alright and shouldn't be hunted down. He's very worried. The encounter he had with you has basically put it in his head that he's been duped by the fake Juliet into looking really, really, really traitory. I assume that you were studying him as you brought Hansen in to see if there were any kind of reactions that would indicate some dishonesty. Is that...
Insofar as it's possible. I'm not really the first and foremost reader of persons.
Right.
Oh, actually, would I be able to? Give me my character sheet.
I think it's insight, which you have a 0 in.
I have an incredible 1 in insight.
30.
Who has insight? Nulai has a staggering amount of it. But does Nulai care?
Nope.
Then I will not state as to whether his, and, you know,
I do have 1 dot in insight. If it's a roll, I'd like to make it.
You could just roll a wits and insight to just... And I mean, I prompted this one, but it's something to consider when you are talking to someone you don't entirely trust, is to ask for this kind of check to just see if there were any tells or whether there were none. Yeah. Wits and insight would be the check. Hitting the button next to insight and then adding the wits, because it doesn't work the other way.
I thought I rolled, but it didn't take.
There is nothing in the bar. Not since Flynn's incredible triple ones from last time.
Embarrassing.
I don't know why it's not making a roll. When I click submit, it just highlights the text box.
Let me see if I can do it. Okay, this is different.
Oh dear.
Roll 20, is there a reason why you're not rolling anything? If we put a modifier in, maybe it's being weird about the modifier. Yeah, no, that's okay. Let me just try some fake rolls on other people's sheets just to make sure it. Let's just do a random performance composure check from Nulai's sheet.
Let's see if you can dance better in the hypothetical realm.
Yeah, no. Why is nothing posting? This is strange. It's like the plugin isn't working or something. But I haven't looked at that since like I started, because I just set it up and. Left it going. If I hit re-roll on one of the old rolls, if I re-roll Flynn's triple awareness fail, nope. It's like it's just okay. Do manual rolls do if you do /R 1d6? Is that gonna? Yes. It's the VTM sort of plugin setup. How do I reset that? Maybe. It could be some kind of Roll20 updated itself and broke the... Because it is like it's a custom sort of... whatever it is. Like I have a pro membership to Roll20 purely so that can run.
Well, I can roll manually. Insight plus wits would be 3.
Yeah. You can, but I'd like to figure it out. I wouldn't want to spend the whole day without the...
Mm-hmm.
Just give me a second. Or a minute. Or,
Cue technical difficulty scene and
yeah.
cheesy elevator music. Ding, 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 ding.
My brain rolls the intermission music from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Perfect.
Character sheet selection. Settings.
I remember CRT TVs. I know what TV static looks like.
I'd rather forget. The prince is not
Only
amused.
90s kids will remember this.
The prince is a bit busy being abducted. Okay, medals. No, that's not it. Settings. Here we go. Version, latest, save. I think I just reset it. So let's try it again.
I heard a
Haha!
bloop.
Ah, well.
The
something
standard,
with-
the standard fix to all technical difficulties. Turn it off and on again. Insight check, 0 successes, no bestial failure, so you don't like your intense study of Jacob's body language reminds you that you were a vampire and that he has blood, and you immediately lash out and just drain him. No, wouldn't be the worst, would it? Okay, so
Oh no. Anyway.
you're not even here. All right. Anyhow. I think we settled the...
Actually, can Nulai roll it? But like, Nulai is not obviously planning to share the information, but Nulai just wants to Nulai doesn't care enough to whether he's lying. He just wants to,
It's just nosy.
analyze.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, I won't stop you. But I'm not going to push insight checks in the future, so, think about it as an option. Oh, wow, look at all those dice, and look at all the good it didn't do you. That would be 1 success on 7. Well, you're getting the bad luck out of the way for the rest of the day. Alright,
That was the plan all along.
but yeah, no, I'd rather spend 2 minutes of silence while I fix it than have it broken the whole day. Anyway, yes, you're not saying anything that implies that he's being less than genuine, which Nulai can imply as, I don't know that my reading was spot on today, so maybe he isn't. Or you could internalize it as, I am amazing and I am always aware of how people think. Therefore, he is so honest right now that you could put a halo around him. It's up to you.
I just wanted to get those bad rolls out of the way because I know the next one is a hunger check.
Of course. Okay. But yeah, he's not got a lot to offer you at this point, other than fear. He seems embarrassed, grateful, and relieved, while also a bit... He's still disdainful of you all, but he's trying not to be because he knows his life depends on it.
As long as he's more frightened
Yeah.
than disdainful at the moment, that's okay by me.
He goes back to reading douchily unless you kick him off the couch. I need to remind myself how the healing works, because we haven't... I meant to look that up before I started.
I was going to ask.
at the beginning of a session. That's kind of weird because, you know, I'd say it should be more of a time pass thing, but we're about
Beginning
to
of a
advance the
night.
night. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we can probably wrap the night up, except that Nulai wants to talk to Katya. So we'll do that first, and we'll look at healing as we move into the next start of the evening. But yeah, you guys, you put Dr. Hansen... I don't know, do you put him in a cupboard somewhere? He's asleep. He's in torpor, so there's no case of him being able to see and hear what you're doing despite the freeze. So really, y'all can stick him in a box for all.
I know Flynn's not there, but can you put him in a broom closet upside down?
Happily.
You get the sudden urge to put him in a broom closet upside down, and you fulfill that urge. That suits it. All right. Yeah. Nulai flags Katya down before you guys fall asleep. Joanne goes and writes something on Nulai's door for fun while that happens, I guess. Good. By all means, roleplay.
Would Flynn be back by now?
Is your plan to sleep at that place? Yes.
Yeah.
Probably come back while they're talking after the Jacob stuff, yeah?
Magnificent.
Flynn's gonna sit on the couch opposite Jacob and just stare at him.
Vampires don't sweat. But if ever a vampire could, it would be now. He actually wipes his forehead even though there's nothing to wipe, based on, like, years of being alive and that being an ingrained nervous response.
Love it.
But,
Katya, come here a minute.
there you go.
So, what do you think of, this evening? Exactly, like, well, what sort of impression did you get out of this whole experience?
That's a very broad question, Nulai.
Well, okay,
We didn't find
let's-
exactly what we were looking for, but it's a small victory.
So, I feel like there were a lot of things left unanswered and a lot of theories to be crafted out of today's evenings or events. I was thinking of evenings events.
What have you got on your mind?
Well, let's start with Crimson. Why do you think Crimson was so adamant to help us?
We are momentarily useful to him, would be my best guess. He's not really
Why?
our friend, but whatever his schemes are, they conflict with the Doctor's schemes. Sheer pragmatism would be my guess. I don't
Yeah.
trust him any more than I did before.
The enemy of my enemy and all that.
I assume Flynn's not there next to them.
Yeah, Nulai is.
Or did Flynn
not
walk
talking with Flynn.
up to them?
No, I'm just
No,
staring
no,
at
no.
Jacob.
Okay. No worries, you're not being eavesdropped on. Flynn's just staring at Jacob.
Yeah, like, I don't really quite buy it. Like, I mean, it's obvious to me, and I hope it's obvious to you as well, that Crimson is a schemer, but I don't think, sure, the first theory would be that he just wants to scratch our back so that, we owe him. But he's not that kind of person. Like, he's not a back scratcher. You might have the spine of one, but I don't think that's the case.
He's more the puppeteer. This is just one little way to get his hooks in.
Yeah, but I feel like he had some own personal involvements that might not relate to Hansen himself. And who else did we encounter at the mansion? Or was it a mansion?
It was a rich
It was
a
person's
reas-
house, but it
It
wasn't.
was a reasonably nice house before we set it on fire.
It wasn't the sort of house that you would unveil during a push it to the limit montage. No.
Flanagan?
Mm-hmm. But I mean, we got Flanagan, but I don't think he's a very important person in anybody's schemes.
Somewhere far
So
across
it's
the
Flynn
city,
you're worried
an
about?
Irishman bristles.
We have Flynn. I've already expressed my doubts on her, but and you know we don't need to go over that again. My opinion on her hasn't changed. But there was the third person. That
The nurse?
Yes. Now, what exactly did Flynn try to convince us again? Just jog your memory.
So, remind me, Gav, what explanation did she give us?
So what you would have observed, right? The first thing that would have happened would be when Flynn suddenly decided to leave the group 2 episodes ago to go to the clinic, and you guys drove her to the clinic, and I believe Flynn's explanation was something's come up helping a friend, or was it that, like...
At work.
Yeah, okay, so she explained that she worked there. Okay, so she worked at a clinic. Flynn goes missing. You investigate the clinic, find that it's clearly been attacked and there's dead people, and when you find Flynn, you find someone in a nurse's outfit. So one can assume that the nurse was abducted from the clinic too, which is what happened. So there's reasons to not be sus at all about that, but there's also reasons to be a little bit sus as to why a vampire is working as a nurse, and why they would give a shit about the mortals involved. So it's really arguable. Nulai has a point. but-
Co-workers, perhaps? But do you think more?
Yeah, like I'm just like curious. Like it's I mean, curiosity has kind of been my whole ordeal ever since I got here, considering I have no clue why I'm here. But like, do you honestly think that Crimson would go through all that trouble just to save a nurse? Just an
If
ordinary
I'm-
nurse?
Crimson
If
wasn't
I'm
there
reading
for-
between the lines, do you think there was something special about her that we don't know? Or do you think he was there for Flynn?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I mean, the column B was, it's been implied by me from the get-go. I think there's something about that nurse. Like, I mean, let's face it. Crimson gave us, or like sent us off with one of his henchmen, who wasn't just an ordinary henchman. She was I mean, you saw her powers.
A powerful mage, unless I miss my mark?
Exactly. She was he was willing to risk it. He was willing to lose one of his best mages just to rescue that nurse. And Flynn, well, I mean, I have a feeling that nurse, something about her. Do you think this is making any sense, or am I just completely off the track.
I understand being suspicious of everyone and everything. This life tends to breed that into us. I think for me, there are higher profile suspects at this time.
I know. We got bigger fish to fry, but just don't say I didn't warn you, okay? I feel like I just felt like somebody needed to know about this before it was too late.
You can always ask Flynn. Even if you don't trust what she says. What she says may
So
say
believe
things.
the opposite of what she says.
I leave that to your discretion.
Fair enough. I'll keep that in mind. I got nothing else. If day sleep was your plan.
Just the Commander Shepard exit line. I should go.
That is my plan. I hope you're holding up well enough. The violence
I'll
of this
manage.
evening wasn't in everyone's daily experience before they were embraced.
Not to cut into the role-playing, but I would like to paint the fact that a person who has several wounds and a quarter of their health has just said, I hope you're holding up okay, to somebody who took absolutely no damage at all. Just keep that in mind.
It's
to
more of
visualize.
a lot has happened.
Yeah.
I hope you're mentally coping with all of these life changes, unlife changes. I'm aware he's the younger one, so
Just for Nulai to take the injuries into account when judging Katia's character in saying that, I think, is worth pointing out. But go on.
Gotta live every day like it's the last one. Well, have a pleasant sleep, if that's what we can call it.
So, healing, as takes place overnight. Over a night gap, you get some free healing to the tune of up to your stamina rating. That's how many points of superficial wounds you can vanish. So in Joanne's case, you've taken 3 superficial wounds and you have a stamina of 2. That means you get rid of 2 of them for free. Similar thing for willpower, you get free willpower recovery up to your resolve rating, which in Nulai's case means your 1 willpower damage and your 1 resolve, you get your willpower back for free. Everybody else can make that calculation. As for the rest, you can choose to heal superficial health damage at any time by rousing the blood, which means you take an extra rouse check, and the amount that you heal should be on your character sheet in, I think, the blood and XP tab. Should be mend amount. X superficial damage. It's based, I think, on your blood potency, so for most of you it's 1. So you'll have to do a rouse check for every piece of damage that you get rid of outside of your 3.
As much as I'd like to heal my remaining 3 superficial damage, I'm not making 3 rouse checks.
You could go for an early evening snack.
How much free do we get?
The equal to your stamina, which for Flynn, if you don't mind me swapping your tab there, 3. 3 free.
And I just unclick those slash things?
You turn them back into full. Yes, it has 3 states. 4 states, actually. Right, so 3 rouse checks, or as many rouse checks as you want to heal. Like, you could do 1 if you wanted, and if you pass it, then you could do another, and then, like, just sort of ride the edge, so to speak. So in Joanne's case, you just got hungrier.
Yay.
Actually, well, you just
But I
got
didn't
hungry.
heal?
You heal. If you gain, if you fail the rouse check, you still heal. The rouse check is just a potential for consequence. Flynn is also back on the hunger list. But you get your first heal there. And then it's up to you as to whether you want to continue risking it.
No.
Right. And, yeah, so Nulai is full. I think everybody's willpower is topped up. It's just that, yeah, Flynn and Katia have some damage still sustained. Joanne, you've healed yours. Okay, despite the fact that y'all are trying to avoid rouse checks, a new night means everybody does their wake-up rouse check, else they do not wake up. So I need one from everybody to put us on the board. That's 3 passes so far. I just need one from Joanne.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, where the hell did it go?
Hunger 2 for Joanne. Hunger 1 for Nulai.
Damn it.
Hunger 1 for Flynn. Hunger 2 for Katia. So Joanne and Katia are starting to feel as though a quick trip with some nice, friendly human company wouldn't go amiss. But the rest of you are still only feeling that little pull. For Joanne, especially the fact that you were at 0, you were completely satiated before you went to bed, and now you're waking up feeling more hungry than you'd like to wake up feeling. It's particularly demoralizing. Flynn, you sigh as well once again. It's less of a thing for Joanne because it's the first time. Well, no, it's less of a thing for Flynn because you're used to this. But for Joanne, it's the first time you have been full since your birth, basically. Since your unbirth. Oh God, what am I saying? Since you became a vampire. Let's not analyze that. Happy unbirthday. No. First time you felt completely full as there was nothing wrong, and now it's back, and it was so fleeting. And you feel like you came so close to being able to keep hold of that lack of hunger for a little while longer. Now you know. You can't go back. Unless you find someone else sufficiently enemy enough to eat. Because otherwise you're just a dirty, rotten, no good murderer. So, are the 2 of us that are injured happy to remain so?
Yeah.
Okay.
If at all possible, it would be nice to feed before we get on with the evening schedule.
Well,
Well, there is an upside down body in the broom closet.
The first thing that happens is that you are contacted. I'll say that Nulai is contacted because Nulai is has the closest connection to this person by Selena on your phone, who lets you know that the increasingly frustrated Gwendolyn with the put-offs of her "I would very much like to confirm my power seizure" meeting. She is no longer. But basically, Selena, knowing that you guys had stuff to do, was pushing that meeting back further and further. And Gwendolyn was letting her because Gwendolyn and Selena don't get along too well, and Gwendolyn wants to keep the people who will be voting as happy as possible. It's sort of an informal vote, but like she needs support. She doesn't think she'll get it from Selena, but Selena was kind of stringing her a little. But she basically says, "Look, this thing is happening. It's happening in about like people will be shuffling into her nightclub in about an hour. There isn't a lot of time. It will be happening then and there. You're not invited, but you know where to go. If you don't want Gwendolyn running this city, and you want to do something about it, show up, because it doesn't really affect her too greatly, though she'd rather not have it be Gwendolyn, so just letting you know, that's happening. Think about it, friends.
Great.
Does Nulai tell the group that, or is Nulai stubborn?
I think this time Nulai will be telling.
Oh, good. So,
How kind of him.
Don't worry.
there is time in an hour's window for people who want to find a snack to have a snack, but that
I
is
think I'll
on-
skip then. We're against the clock already.
Yeah.
So it goes.
Okay,
I'll be hungry.
you definitely have... people are shuffling in an hour, so if you want to skip and make sure you get there exactly on time, that's fine. But what's the plan with Jacob? What's the plan with the doctor in the closet?
I think we have,
Do
well,
we all have to go there?
Yes, we do.
I'd rather not split the.
A booming voice from the shadows screams, "Don't split the party, douchebags!"
yes, we really have two options, which is,
Joanne, did you hear that?
The voice of the city.
The Malkavians heard
which
it.
is, we hope we can get answers out of Hanson and get Juliet back in time, or we go to this meeting and accept that it will be more difficult to dislodge Gwendolyn after she's confirmed.
Do we have anything that could dislodge her now? I mean, what benefits? What can we do even if we do show up?
Are you having this
Yeah, I mean-
conversation?
If we can get answers,
Are you having this
out
conversation
of this-
near Jacob or away from him?
I wouldn't mind near or away. Like I wouldn't be fussed.
The question is, can he hear
I
you?
am not.
Did you make? If you make no attempts to stop him from
Sure.
hearing you, you hear a book slam shut, and he says, "Oh, you should absolutely bloody go. She's not going to." There isn't an official set of rules for acting prince. In fact, very rarely does a prince get abducted. They usually get dead. The fact of the matter is, Gwendolyn, all she needs is for enough people in the room to nod and say that they're willing to deal with this. The more people there are in the room that are shaking their heads and saying, "No, this is a terrible idea. You can't trust her. She's a bitch," the more likely the mood will turn against her and she will have fucking nothing.
this makes sense.
What if? Okay, hear me out. What if Jacob came with? Here's my thinking. They think, let's assume that we're all traitors. Everyone who was there saw that we were traitors on either end of the situation. Traitors, right? If both groups of traitors show up working together, that might be enough to throw them off and go, hold on a second. Maybe there's more to this than meets the eye, and Gwendolyn is a sketchy bitch. Maybe. Crazy? Not crazy?
Like it could seriously backfire.
Everything could seriously backfire at this point. I'm just thinking we need to maybe think outside the box here.
Jacob has changed his no, go, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. His face sort of contorts. They still think you're traitors. You didn't sort that out?
Do they?
You didn't
We
sort
don't
that
know.
out?
Do we know?
We-
Who is the one who contacted... Points to Nulai.
The Tremere Primogen? Selena?
The Recluse. Excellent. Fantastic. Wonderful. Who else do you have?
Church.
The Anarch is not
No,
going
I
to be
didn't-
at the Camarilla meeting.
Outside of the Camarilla?
I wasn't.
What do we know about what's his face? Fashion boy.
The Toreador?
Mm.
We did help him out, I guess.
But also his, I suppose,
Floozy.
floozy. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's a good word. Was the one impersonating the prince. So
But we don't know that, or nobody knows that for sure, do they?
I wasn't present for the Primogen announcements, so I have an idea of who was supposed to receive the appointments, but you're going to have to refresh who exactly it was. Now, you listened to the Primogen announcements, but we glossed over a few of them because some of them hadn't had any roles in the story, but you guys... kind of make a sort of overlay of who would be invited to this meeting. So yes, there's Maximilian the Toreador. Jacob doesn't really know anything about him except that he's a empty-headed fucker that he wouldn't expect much from. Selena, again, he says, is a recluse. He asks about... Yeah, no, he asks, did Crimson, did he receive a position that was up in the air when last I checked?
Oh snap!
I think he did,
Pretty
didn't
sure
he?
he did.
Wasn't he?
You heard it.
Primogen of his own.
He is the La Sombra Primogen of this Camarilla
Mhm.
court. And is he...
Do you think we can trust him?
He is not a man whose goodwill I would count on, for I suspect he has none.
As you so kindly pointed out to me, that man has proven himself very capable of interfering with innocent victims' minds. Bastard. So no, I would trust him about as far as I would throw Mikhail.
But we don't know. Like, how much of his own interests align with this? Would he benefit from Gwendolyn seizing power temporarily? I think he benefits from the chaos.
Well,
And-
let's put it this way. Why do you think he brainwashed our dear little accountant here in the first place?
He wanted influence in the court, information, whatever control he could get over things.
I recommended him to the Primogen. I imagine it was because of that. Bastard.
Do you think he would have more influence with Gwendolyn in power, or with Juliet in power?
That depends on how much of a presence he wants to have himself. Does he want to take over eventually? Because Gwendolyn would be a weak spot as acting prince, which he could then wangle his own way into, taking power. Or, would he make a play now already and, push her to the side? Who knows? He's a wild card and he kind of fucks things up for us.
How's
we
he
do have
fucked
the
things up?
argument of considering last night's events, it would sound like he would be trying to, help us save Gwendolyn, but of course, I'm not Gwendolyn, Juliet. Slip of the tongue. But that's the thing. We don't really know whether that's his true intention or whether he has, his own little playbook he's trying to fill.
He does nothing for anyone else. He only does things for himself. And if you happen to fit in the right space at the right time, good for you. If not, well.
So he may oppose her if he has a reason to, but you have no idea whether he will find one, and you have no idea how to provide him with one.
No.
I think we will find that out today.
2 mysteries and a recluse Tremere who nobody knows or trusts on your side. Which leaves the question of, what about the other 3, Primogen? He double checks with you, and you both have the same list. There are 3 other Primogen that were announced at the Elysium, and y'all don't know them too well at all, but he does a little. So, he tells you first about the Nosferatu Primogen. Aren't too many Nosferatu in Shadeport, and they get around very carefully, because, you know, they are a walking masquerade breach because of their faces. Jezebel is the name of the Nosferatu Primogen. As usual, the Nosferatu contingent probably live in sewers somewhere. In this particular case, nobody knows where they live. In most cities, nobody knows where they live. They're very good at that.
Are they loyal to each other?
Deeply.
Then we could perhaps leverage the fact that we're trying to save Mikhail.
If she believes
do they
you.
really care that much about their kinmen, their fellow kin being in a position of power?
Well, that's literally what I'm asking now, is like if they're loyal to each other as a clan, and we are loyal to Mikhail, that may be something we can use in our favor.
If nobody talks to anybody, which is very likely true after what happened at Elysium, for all they know, Mikhail is dead. If you tell her that Mikhail isn't, that might win you some points.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Okay, so this is looking more and more like we should absolutely be going to this. The question is whether or not Jacob is coming with us.
Well, if you want the Ventru Primogen's assistance, then perhaps that's not him, by the way. He's the Seneschal. The Ventru Primogen, who was also announced at Elysium, is a man named Slade, and he's boring. That's the best you can describe. He's boring. A lot of Ventru are boring. He's a rich anchor, but you're not sure whether that first letter was a B or a W. Probably a B, really. But, plainly put, Jacob says, I speak their language. The Ventru aren't, a tribe the way the Nosferatu are. Most Ventru are simply rich professionals and high society types that gossip and backstab and everything. There's not too many of them, but Slade is the least despised, therefore he was put in that position. He doesn't really explain exactly how, but he reckons that he speaks his language and can talk him into saying no to Gwendolyn if enough other people are saying no to Gwendolyn. That's all he says.
I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. Let's take Jacob with. Let's present a united front.
He does have information on the last Primogen, who you may not need if you get everybody else, but just to fill it out, the last Primogen is Banu Hakim, by the name of Yusuf, and they are generally concerned with codes of justice, of what they believe to be correct and right. So he, more than any of the other Primogens, is likely to be very focused on, okay, who were the traitors, what actually happened, who deserves to be... It's not that they're moral. Think more...
No.
And this isn't an example Jacob would make, but think more Samara the Justicar than, or Inspector Javert than a Goody Two-Shoes.
That's very easy then. I feel like this is something we could genuinely win, because if he's asking questions critically, all we need to do is cast enough doubt on Gwendolyn and why she's pushing for power now, and that may be what we need to destabilize everything. And if we, who are both considered traitors in our own rights, are working together, that's the key. We need to go together on this. And forget about the broom closet guy for a minute. We can get to him later. Let's stop Gwendolyn now.
All of this does raise one question. If we present a case that Gwendolyn is not the person to lead this court at this time in Juliet's absence? Who is? Someone
Do we
will want
need
to know.
That's my question. Do we need an interim prince if we're going to resolve the issue and work together? Why are we putting people in power? That shouldn't even be a question. We should be restoring the Camarilla to its balance.
We know we're going to resolve the issue. But do we trust everyone at that court enough to tell them what our plans are? I doubt that. They will want to know. At this moment of uncertainty, if this
We
self-appointed
definitely
person isn't in charge, who is going to be in charge?
Well, we can't propose one of us because that would be just as suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
Although, to be fair, why is there no Malkavian Primogen?
Prince.
Because she was
the
a prince.
Whether
Yeah.
or not a... Okay,
I mean, she's about to not be.
that's true.
Are we gonna get one if things go sour?
Well, the fact is, it is an informal recognition of acting prince, therefore there is nothing permanent, though you can all assume that Gwendolyn intends, or at least you can, it's a question if Juliet comes back as to what Gwendolyn will do, but it's easy to think, Gwendolyn is hoping that Juliet never turns up, and then eventually an official proceeding is done, and it's like, well, you're already in charge, you're doing a good job, so let's make it official. At that point, if the Malkavian contingent within the Camarilla has enough people in it, then basically it's a clan's it is a clan's prerogative and their responsibility to demand that a Primogen be instated. Like, there are other clans that don't have. There's no Bruja or Gangrel Primogen because they have an awkward standing in the Camarilla, but at the same time, the Banu Hakim and the La Sombra are less common. They do technically have both have space within the Camarilla now, but like it really varies from city to city. There used to be a Ministry Primogen in Shadeport. The Ministry are not in the Camarilla officially. There isn't one now, possibly because there aren't enough Ministry representatives left. You certainly don't know any, except you think maybe the Doctor was said to be one because of his powers, but you don't know that for sure. He might have just learned from one.
I have reason to believe that Gwendolyn is more than just casually taking this opportunity as a vacuum. We know that she cast the spell on me to make me look like the prince, and it's safe to assume that with a limited number of people able to do something to that extent, and so you would have to have someone who really knew the prince well enough to pull that off, it's safe to assume that Gwendolyn had a hand in the other spell as well. So, like, this is not just an opportunity for her. I feel like she's actively involved in it, and because of that, she cannot be trusted at all.
She could be inactively involved in it if she was brainwashed too.
Well, you don't want that person in charge.
I agree, but the question remains how much of that we can prove to others at this time.
If she was brainwashed, and we know the person who brainwashed Jacob is Crimson, then we know it's safe to assume that Crimson brainwashed Gwendolyn.
Yeah,
and then
I actually
Crimson is basically out of the question then as a support, because he could really use somebody in the position of acting prince who does whatever the fuck he wants.
I meant the Doctor brainwashing, the whole cult thing. The big room, the light.
There's
buying it.
There is a difference between vampiric domination, which is very temporary, and I can't remember which of the Malkavians saw this, but one of you, I think, had a vision, I think it was Joanne, of like tendrils around the brain as a way of describing the brainwashing. Yeah, that is a more permanent condition. If that has been done to Gwendolyn, then she is on Team Cult all the way, and there is, unless there is a way to reverse that, which you guys don't know anything about, if such a thing is real, that is a permanent state.
I'm sure it's Crimson because why would Gwendolyn have made the fake prince that Jacob rushed into the building and they were brainwashed by different people? Like, that doesn't make sense. It is Crimson. It's obviously Crimson. Why? I don't know. But I'm not counting on his support.
That is, of course, if we are all assuming that it was indeed, Gwendolyn was indeed brainwashed and not acting out of her own,
A volition,
free will.
exactly. Exactly.
I agree
and
with
I
all
would
of
even
these
advise
concerns,
Gwendolyn.
but
I think we have enough theories to go on based on the information that we do receive during the meeting here.
We
Like,
have to go at this point and see what plays out. We'll never know.
we know enough to go. But if our front is to lob conspiracy theories that we don't yet have proof for, I don't think we establish much credibility for opposition.
Yeah, you have a point.
Joanne, just as a refresher, Gwendolyn was the one who turned you into looking like the prince?
Yes.
Was anyone else present at that moment to witness that?
Mikhail.
And of course, Juliet.
Well, yeah, those two are not really useful for that.
Nope.
So it would be a she said, they said situation.
It would.
Unfortunately. So here is my thing. It doesn't help for us. We know what we know. We can't go in and just word vomit this to everyone because it makes us look like crazy people, which we are, but that's not the point. The point of this meeting is to just cast enough doubt, just ask enough questions that everybody sitting there goes, hold the fuck on a minute.
But we're not.
That's all we need to do. We're not trying to seize power. Yeah, we're not trying to seize power. We're not trying to place anyone in there. We're just trying to go, just think a little bit about this for a second. Do y'all think this is a good idea? Maybe we sleep on it for another week and then come back,
So that even if those present agree with her appointment for now, it leaves her at least in a less stable position than she might otherwise be.
I mean, yes, and we can work on getting more evidence. We can figure out what to do with Broom Closet Guy. We can, explore other options. Right now,
Fair enough.
mission, stabilize.
And if nobody trusts us and they decide that the best thing to do is to kill all 5 of us before we leave the room, is there a plan for that?
Well, that actually solves all our problems then, don't you think? Just a bit of millennial humor here. If we're dead.
Oh, I thought you meant if we killed them all and there was no one left to oppose us, which is...
No.
An option?
Jacob, unless we are harboring a secret weapon.
You could call
You
your
already know
Anarch
most
friends
of mine.
You could call your Anarch friends to wait outside in an ambush, but I don't think that would help our case on the whole not traitors thing.
I don't believe that it would either.
No.
Speaking of Anarchs, though, isn't Sapphire a Banu Hakim?
I don't know who that is.
I believe she was. She said as much was said about her. I don't think she volunteered the information.
Since I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering if we should, recruit her on the basis of, convince your kindred.
I considered that, but
applying.
Her being outside the Camarilla, I wasn't sure whether a Camarilla Primogen would listen to her.
And given that we were bringing them in during the meeting, I feel like if we were to push that agenda now again, it would be viewed as suspicious and it would damage our cause further.
We have no reason to believe they know each other. Clans don't all
It would
flock
be a
together.
call out of the blue to a Primogen from someone outside of the Camarilla altogether. Maybe that's something that could be cultivated later, but before this meeting, I suspect not.
Yeah.
Do you think it would be better to arrive as the gathering is in progress, when all are there and all eyes are upon, or arrive earlier, such that escape would be simpler if it does not work out, but perhaps to feel out Gwendolyn and learn whether or not she intends to be hostile to us. Perhaps she won't. Perhaps she will.
We should arrive not like late, not too early, but if we arrive confidently as if we're meant to be there on time, it also, brings thoughts to mind of like, okay, well, they look like they're meant to be here. We're not bursting in on them all surprised, like, ha! Guess what? We're there to do business like everyone else.
I will follow your lead, and if we all end up dead, I will haunt you.
I'm sure it will be a very disapproving spectre, but not the worst.
Okay. Sounds like the plans are made and the concerns and negotiations have been laid on the table. So the only thing to do is get there? Or do other
before
people
we
have...
leave, I'd recommend one of the folks with a camera phone might want to take a picture of our sleeping beauty. Might become a nice proof of concept. A little bit of a,
Not a terrible idea.
While Jacob did not recognize, or at least as far as he reacted, he did not recognize the body of Dr. Hansen. It is known that Dr. Emil Hansen was stated as a Camarilla, fugitive, basically, pretty much a blood hunt on him. After the incident at the hospital, basically, it was put out to everyone in the Camarilla that this person is actively working against Camarilla interests. He is violating the Masquerade with the dangerous actions that he is taking against both mortals and other kindred. He is to be killed on sight, and that is something that everybody at that meeting will be aware of if his name is brought up. They may not be able to point at him and say that's definitely him, but so long as someone there knows what he looks like, then showing that photo would be a good move. Yes.
The name is known and will garner attention if needed.
Yes.
Not that I think that's what we open with.
I go and I take
no,
a photo. Make sure it's as unflattering as possible. They mustn't think that we're coddling, that needs to be known that we are.
Does anybody photobomb with it?
Yes. So much, yes.
I knew it would be you.
Well, no, tactically, if you just have a photo of a beat-up dude, they'll be like, how do we know that you've still got him? How do we know that someone didn't give you that?
Mm-hmm.
She's like giving a thumbs up. Grinning.
One of those.
just pick his nose.
He doesn't react because he is unconscious and staked. As one normally cannot when one is unconscious and or staked. Alright, so, yeah. Preparations are made. Joanne, you have the photo saved. How about we take a short break here for slightly earlier than the halfway point, but I think it's the sensible story point in which to step away for 5 minutes. Also give me a chance to go over exactly how I want to present everything. So...
The only problem with that is it means the cat has to get up.
Oh dear.
Well, you can sit still and not take a break if you want, but on your cat's head be it. We shall return. Oh yeah, I was wondering why you looked you looked like it was a shame that we would be moving, but now it makes sense. You can sort of vaguely see a cat ear just popping up at the
Yeah, just a little.
bottom of your nameplate. You can see it a bit more in the Discord, but on stream with the cropping, there is just the vaguest hint of cat ear. So, you know, special guest star. Okay. We will be back in 5 to 10. No promises on exactly how. Stay tuned. Hello, my friends. Welcome back to Vampire Politics. The Blood Wing. Nope, that's a bird from Borderlands. Well, anyway, Gwendolyn's meeting, as you were informed, takes place at a nightclub owned by her. And it has not been emptied out for secret vampire business. Jacob knows a bit more about it than you, but he's not visited it. He's not exactly a party boy. But he would be like, it's, probably taking place in an upper room. They're keeping it subtle and unassuming by having the regular mortals in the club, so it's not the sort of Elysium-style gathering where everything is out in the open and incredibly vampire-y because of the incredible sums of money that go towards keeping it on the down low afterwards. So the first thing that the 5 of you have to do is get in.
I'm guessing the front door approach isn't necessarily going to work.
There is a small queue, which won't take but 5 minutes to get through, and a bouncer at the front entrance.
Did Selena say anything?
Did you make a specific point of meeting up with Selena? Because that wasn't raised. Nothing. I don't think anyone said something about meet up with
No,
Selena,
we just
then
said
go
we'd,
in.
like, arrive on time kind of thing.
Yeah, you're going with Jacob, but you're not going with Selena. You're arriving on time, as per what you were told by Selena. As you first arrive, you don't see anyone recognizable as a Primogen showing up, however. It's largely a small queue of mortals and a bouncer, and it's not a gigantic club, but there are alley ways on either side which you could go down if you wanted to attempt to break in. But from what you can see right now, it's front entrance and one bouncer of the typical broad-shouldered. If you beheaded him and put that head in like a brick wall, you probably wouldn't notice that one of the bricks was a man's head if you oriented it the right way.
Perhaps we could just say we're here for the meeting and Gwendolyn would want to see us.
You know that she owns the place. Sometimes that means that the bouncer at the door is going to know exactly who she is and what to do when it's her business. For other kindred, however, the people who actually work at the club have never heard the name of that kindred owner in their life, and you do not know what the case is here. You will have to make your judgment based on an assessment of Gwendolyn's character.
I feel like she's the sort of person that would want everyone to know who she is.
The only way to figure out how the bouncer reacts to you is to either get in queue and wait your turn and then speak to him, or be the resplendent club-going VIPs, walk right up and start yapping.
Joanne, you do VIP a bit better than I do. Although we could both flash out our, not dominate the other one, or?
Yes, if you both flash him, it will go down great.
Thanks, Gav.
I mean, it is an option, I suppose. Do we use our... Well, I suppose I could use my ore.
You could do your good girl, bad girl routine again.
Hey. We could. You down, Flynn?
Sure. Are you good cop or am I good cop?
I'm good cop. Oh,
Right.
actually, I'm a hot cop. You're hotter cop. Officer Hot and
scary.
Officer Hotter.
I think where that becomes I think where that becomes harder to in terms of flexibility is that Joanne has or, Flynn has both. So if you're doing the or daunt thing, Flynn has to be the daunt.
Yeah.
Yeah, Flynn has to be the daunt.
Okay, so no rouse checks to summon up those auras. Do you just sort of saunter past the queuing clubgoers? Because that would have an effect. Every head turns, and some heads turn immediately towards Joanne and eyes widen like, whoa. Other heads latch on to Raptor, and then there are like faint hisses and drawbacks and people sort of making themselves small, just kind of, oh god. And you guys with them feel it too. You're sort of used to it, but presence powers still work on vampires to a degree. The less so, the more familiar you are with the vampire, the more familiar you are with the discipline. You guys know by now that when Joanne suddenly looks a little bit more attractive than normal, or when Flynn either looks a little bit more attractive than normal or vaguely scary, that is some vampire mojo going on. And so it doesn't really bother you.
Does Jacob?
Jacob is an interesting case because he should be more familiar with these powers, but perhaps due to past experiences with you, Flynn, he audibly...
Good.
And just seems extra uncomfortable. However, unfortunately perhaps, or fortunately, the impression of Flynn kind of deletes any opportunity for a reaction to Joanne's awe. He's more focused on the scary. So yeah, you guys power up and head towards the bouncer, whose eyes narrow a bit as he sees you approach, and then as you get closer, yeah, he gets that sort of dazed mixed signals where you're hitting him one way and Flynn's hitting him the other, and he doesn't know whether he should recoil or be very excited.
How does it go if you can't amaze them with your brilliance, baffle them with your bullshit? Something like that?
Could well be. It's like, Q's there.
Okay, so I would walk up. Flynn, I'll take the lead, and then you look very intimidating with
I
me.
can do that.
Well, I did see the queue, but then I noticed you. How you doing?
You know, it's long night, lots of assholes.
Oh, the assholes. Am I right? They're always so rude, and it's like they forget you've been standing here for hours. Your feet must be killing you.
I get used to it when you work shifts like these night after night, but yeah, they've been better.
Well, I'm sure it is not a fun time. Well, my friends and I heard that this is a really cool place and that, there's something interesting going on tonight. And, well, we wanted to just see what it's like. Mind if we pop in? And, I just sort of, flash my ID at him and go, because I'm not going to be, expected to just let me go in for no reason.
Yeah, you're going through the motions. Okay, considering the way you're doing it, we could call that a charisma subterfuge, and I will give you a +1 for the scary bodyguard assistance.
I'm trying to outbounce the bouncer.
Flynn bounces up and down. It's really awkward. Nobody cares to say anything about it because she's terrifying. Ooh. 5 successes on that. He seems to have completely forgotten that you queue jumped, and the people in the queue, perhaps as a result of the powers that are being used, No one is doing that thing that normally happens when people queue jump, which is when you get a voice calling up, being like, "Hey, what the fuck?" There's none of that. Everybody is enraptured. So, yeah, he flirts more and lets you guys in without a fuss.
And as we go past, I wink and I'm like, "Hey, thanks, handsome."
He does ask for your number.
I give him my I need a cooked up dinner snack number.
Nulai vaguely starts hearing "push it to the limit" in his head. No. Just no. You have another on your little white book. Very good. Okay, yeah, so you enter into the club's interior, and there's a dance floor and people dancing to, depending on which of the four of you is asked, either acceptable dance music or absolute fucking agony. I'm not going to answer for you, but facial reaction, I assume Cartier is along the sign of fucking agony. But yeah, no, nobody would say it is good music. It doesn't stand out. It's very generic and suits the purpose.
Martin Garrix.
Yeah, it suits the purpose of jumping around and bumping into people, but it's not the sort of thing that would win any awards. Anyhow,
Flynn will turn to Nila and just be like, don't dance. We don't want to cause an international incident again.
Yeah, and you don't run off alone. We don't want to come rescue you again.
I was fine with that.
Excellent.
You sat in the car.
Excellent, low hushed conversation in the thumping nightclub role playing, guys. Let me. I don't know. I don't think I have a thumping nightclub music to go with. I got silly music for the crack house, but I didn't think too carefully about this because we won't be here long. Pretty soon, yeah. You guys need to find a private room, so I assume you like go upstairs away from the loud area, and let's find something else for listening to. Let's go with this one. Okay. That's not the type of music that they're listening to in the club because it's too slow, but it works as you get away from the throng of mortals, who, by the way, if y'all wanted a snack before you went up, just ask. Me. And probably them. But nonetheless, yeah. The upper floors, you've got a nice balcony area on a lot of sides, and you're not really sure where to go around looking, because there's a few doors, and there's no obvious signs of vampire primogen hanging out around amidst the mortals. So, how do you plan on figuring out where these people are?
Do we recognize anyone?
Not anyone in the kindred sense, but if you look around at the staff-looking folks, there might be a chance of finding someone you know to have accompanied Gwendolyn, because she usually has these two burly-looking bodyguards that follow her to most places. Similar in build to the bouncer, but not the same person.
Does any part of the club look obviously... does their positioning make any, like, door, elevator, whatever, look a little more high security?
Yes. You would say that there's a few side rooms, and some of them have open windows that you can see inside, where you're like, okay, so there's a little private party going on in there, but no one recognizable. But then there is one that is just completely closed off to everything, and it's a fancy-looking door that just seems to exist to shut out the rest of the club.
Well, my guess is that's where we're headed.
Wouldn't be the worst idea. Jacob agrees, points that presumably in there. The question is, who is in there? What happens when we knock? Will we get attacked?
I don't think we can know any of those things in advance. Unfortunately.
Okay.
I'm gonna fall into the happy role of Flynn, the enforcer.
Well, there's the two usual approaches to a closed door. Trying a handle and knocking.
We could be polite. We have manners.
It's debatable. But for a political situation, it's probably the best choice. Okay. Who presents the forward face? Because Jacob's slinking into the background, and I don't control any of you guys, so...
I think Joanne, maybe?
I think
Joanne has to be
Flynn and I
willing.
should come in together because
Okay.
I mean we've like been shoulder to shoulder thus far. Let's go.
Okay.
One of you knocks upon the door, and you didn't realize it was there, but one of those little peephole sliders moves. Eyes widen, and the peephole slider immediately moves back. And you can't hear what's happening on the other side of this door. The soundproofing on this wall and door is real good. And you're left standing there a while. Long enough to consider a more forceful approach, but perhaps you could also choose to wait longer. Does anybody break? Does anybody try seeing if the door will open? Or thumping on it or something? Or are you all patient for maybe 2 minutes?
I suggest that Nolai text Selena. There's no
Alrighty
point.
then.
I mean, we know it's supposed to be here. There's no point in like waiting and finding out what's going to happen. Get inside info.
The eyes didn't seem recognizable, by the way. You would have recognized Gwendolyn's eye makeup, probably. I mean, it's different every time you see her, but you would have
The
recognized
garish
it.
just as familiar.
Yes. It was not her. Alright, so if you're not making any sort of insistent moves, you'd probably be halfway through sending a text to Selena when the eye slit opens again. And this time it is Gwendolyn. And she talks through it. She says, I have been informed that you were invited here. Is this a pleasant visit?
We've been invited to do business, so visit.
We have good news.
Up to you.
She can only really see Joanne and Flynn, but perhaps she would have heard Nulai. I just gotta pretend you're all speaking loudly because it's a nightclub, but you know, it'll be quiet when you get in the room. Her eyes narrow, and she states, many of the kindred here are confused and terrified based on the events of the Elysium. I suggest we work together to calm them and give them no reason to repeat the events of the Elysium. Do not make me regret this.
And are you working together with anybody else? And Flynn just gives us a little long stare.
You hear the sound of a lock jingling, and the door opens. And it is quite a larger area than you expected. You expected like those tiny little booth side rooms, but it seems like this is almost like a secret second half of the club. The area that you're in at the doorway is sort of small, but as she moves aside and allows you in, you see a vast, open kind of lounge area with lots of places to sit. There is a central table with a lot of chairs further up, which you would identify as where the meeting is to take place and everyone's eyes are to be on each other. But for now, you see a few isolated figures, and they all are on their own. You do not see gaggles of armed bodyguards or fellow kindred, which is probably why everybody looks so nervous. You don't see everyone. You don't see every Primogen yet, but identifiably you see Selena sitting, looking almost trance-like as she normally does. You know, that kind of fortune teller stare where, for all you know, she could be communicating with spirits. You do see Maximilian, who looks decidedly uncomfortable, and as his eyes meet your group, and you see who you can probably assume is the Ventru Primogen, you know, sharply dressed, boring-looking man in a suit. You think he was at the Elysium, you don't really know. Thing about Ventru, they're just dull. And he appears to be drinking a glass of blood. No one else is. It's not really that enjoyable, a glass of blood. It's like, you'd prefer to drink it from the source, but sometimes kindred that are used to looking like a mortal looks will find that even in kindred social circles, they will still play the part and act out and just drink a red glass instead of an alcohol glass that they're going to have to throw up later when their blush of life wears off. You don't yet notice any sign of Crimson, any sign of the Nosferatu Primogen, or any sign of the Banu Hakim Primogen, so the meeting has not yet started. We are still slowly filing in. But yeah, there's no intense alarm at your entry, but everybody takes notice, and with the exception of Selena, the other two that are there look kind of confused. Because, yeah, nobody really knows who's a traitor and who isn't at this point. So, yeah, she invites you to take seats wherever you like, to wait as the four of you file in, and then, backing you up, appears Jacob, who Gwendolyn did not notice was with you. What? Did you or did you not have a stake in him when I last saw you?
Turns out he has a stake in this. Points for that one. Points! I'm tired and I managed it.
I was manipulated into believing that the prince that I arrived at the Elysium with was in fact the genuine article. I have since been informed that that is not the case, and that my trusting and loyal nature has been abused.
And in the spirit of things, don't you think we should value all those allies that we can get?
Are you intending to stake a claim? As Seneschal, you have equal rights to myself. Jacob, his eyes narrow and he says, I think details such as those are best put forth at the meeting, where everybody can state their opinion openly. You know, in the spirit of honesty, Gwen. Shouldn't have let you in. Well, we are still waiting on Yusuf, on Jezebel, and on Mr. Crimson. I recommend that when the Banu Hakim Primogen enters, that you be ready for some questioning, as he is very upset with the events of Elysium and is looking for someone to suffer for them.
So
Then
are
it would
we.
seem that we have something similar in common then. You know, enemy of our enemies.
So you also
Oh.
believe that the 5 of you are directly responsible for our prince's predicament and that you ought to be hung? Because that's what he seems to be talking about.
Oh, wouldn't it be great if we could all get into one room and have a conversation about it?
That is the plan, dear. As I say, take a seat, try not to break anything. There are cameras here and you will be billed. She looks again at Jacob. A word, Seneschal, if you would.
And before he slips off, I grab him by the arm and I'm like, Jacob, well done. I'm proud of you.
The ore is still on, isn't it? Yeah, he's a bit... That was a weird reaction for him, but that's what you get. Okay. There are 3 approachable people who are each, like, hanging out on their own as far from each other as possible. It's a very big... Like, it's an entire, like, open area past this door. You cannot hear anything beyond the wall that separates the public area of the club, and you have... Well, it is in the back, so, like, you must assume that the extra space sort of vanishes in amongst, like, the urban landscape around it. Perhaps this is the length of 2 buildings and nobody knows that the second building is connected. You don't know. But it's a large lounge area, and you could conceivably have a private chat with any of the 3 that are currently gathered if you approach them. Or you could wait for more arrivals and for things to carry on. But yeah, Selena is available, and she does wave. She doesn't necessarily beckon you over, but she waves and looks a bit relieved that you are there.
I think that's a reasonable place to start.
Was that the Seneschal with you?
I nod.
If you all approached her, but whoever approaches
I
her. Does anybody stay away and go for someone else?
I'll stick with the group.
Same. I think the reunited front's perhaps safest right now.
But yeah, she's like, what is Jacob doing alive?
Well, Jacob was able to provide us with a very interesting little bit of information and may provide us with some leverage in today's meeting, so I thought it best to bring him along.
And can you guarantee that we won't be fighting off 2 maniacal bastards trying to rally the court to their side?
Well, I
if
do
we
believe
are, then-
Jacob is more loyal to Juliet than Gwendolyn is, and I hope that would be something to A, unnerve Gwendolyn, and B, if he does take power, it is still easier to deal with him than with Gwendolyn. So, either way.
And if we have 2 people competing for power, we might prolong the inevitable.
The success of this depends on... The votes are informal, but every Primogen has one. Gwendolyn has one. Jacob has one. If you can convince those gathered that you are each entitled to a vote, then we will have a much easier time, but more likely you would have trouble convincing them that you can speak for Mikhail's.
I think that the most likely case, we collectively serving as his voice in absentia.
Agreed.
We are the law.
I will be honest with you.
Right.
If things are not seeming likely to succeed, I would be more inclined to abdicate than to stand against her for my own sake. But I will not vote for her, nor would she expect it.
Understood.
Do we? I'd sort of like pull Flynn to the side.
Right.
Do we say what we're thinking about the other images?
Sure. I always advocate honesty. Putting it on the table.
Flynn feels
mean,
the faint
honesty
pulling
is
of a
one
blood
thing.
bond that nobody knows about. Gone.
Honesty is one thing, playing all your cards stupidly is another entirely.
As you guys
Agreed.
talk, you can see Jacob, having finished with Gwendolyn, whatever they said, make his way towards the Ventru as he said he would, hopefully to do what he said he would and say what he said he would. But he's definitely over there now.
I see him over there and I go, you know what? Actually, let me leave this in your hands. And I head over to Jacob.
Oh, great. Flynn's just gonna let it play out and see how it happens.
Okay, so we're not giving any plan details to Selena, mostly just hanging out and waiting as she is doing. She's not particularly inclined to have a grand old chat, though. She
Yeah.
probably asks Nulai, just starts talking shop, because Nulai's been working with her, and, you know, asking how his own learning has been going. That sort of thing. Right. You head towards Jacob and the Ventru, and they're having a fairly hushed conversation. You, as you reach earshot, you hear Jacob saying, No, of course you can't trust her. She's awful. As you arrive, and then the Slade, the boring guy, looks up. Jacob turns. Oh. Joanne. Hello.
I'm glad to see Gwendolyn didn't eat you alive.
She wanted to know my side of everything that happened at Elysium. I told her as I told you, and it's fair enough. I understand why it looked as though I was not so loyal in that moment. The other Ventru comes in, and oh my god, just... He's very boring to look at, but upper class, rich, empty-headed, dull guy. And of course, he sounds like he belongs in Buckingham Palace. Hello. He cuts and says, "Yes, I'm learning quite a lot. To be perfectly honest with you, I didn't know who the real bloody prince was at the end of that day. I thought it was the one that was with him. I thought we were about to go to war with the Anarchs and get ourselves killed. Very, very happy to learn that that's not the case, and we are, in fact, the complete shambles who don't know who our leader is, but at least we're not going to get killed by the savages, are we?"
No savages currently threatening. But
Yeah.
that's not to say.
GM Gav is aware that word has racist tones. Rich Ventru, however, suits him. So...
Yeah, Flynn's just gonna like look at Cartier and just mouth sandwiches.
You know, you're far enough away that you could
I
have
can
heard
share
sandwiches.
an eye roll at the imperialist overtones.
Yeah. But you can see what he feels about the Anarchs there. He sort of shakes his head. Of course, I don't want to make peace with them, but until we build up our numbers, of course, we have to keep them satisfied.
I'm glad to see that you're thinking reasonably.
Of course. We are the clan.
After all,
We are the clan of kings. We are the clan of success. And we always have our eye on the bigger picture.
it is in our benefit, all of ours, to think bigger picture in this instance.
So, the prince wanted you to play her part in the Elysium. And
She did.
what could possibly... forgive me. I'm sure that our prince had her reasons, but as it has clearly worked out rather poorly for her, I really must ask, why not attend such an important gathering herself?
Well, as I'm sure you can imagine, there are any number of logistics that need to be worked through prior to such an event, given that it is the first time something of that magnitude had been arranged in a very long time. We all had numerous safety matters to consider, especially since we were, breaking new ground, negotiating peace treaties and securing the Camarilla's position. Suffice to say that it didn't work out as planned, but one can only account for those scenarios. One cannot necessarily prevent all of them.
Jacob cuts in. The mistake made was the belief in the safety of our prince's home. The intention, as I have come to learn, though I myself was, of course, not part of the plan at the time, was a noble one from our Joanne here. She was willing to provide the role of decoy and take on the risk and danger, and frankly, I would say that we should look upon that with respect. There is the slightest hint of revulsion in his mouth as he says that, but you're not sure if the other guy caught it because he was looking at you. But he does Jacob appears to be pulling for you. Wonder of wonders.
I can't help. I can't resist it. Like, I want to make him just a little bit uncomfortable, so I grab his shoulder. Oh, Jacob.
Slade shakes his head. Very sordid business, this. Very sordid indeed. Well, it does appear that the two of you and your... He looks over at Nulai, Flynn, and Katia. Serfs are acting with the best interests of the court in your mind, despite the terrible, confusing mess. I will extend to you the benefit of the doubt. However, if this is some kind of... If this is some kind of plot and your real interests land against those of the Camarilla, then believe me, when I learn such things, my support will not continue.
We would never expect you to act in interests other than those of the court. Right, Jacob?
Of course. I'm simply, as I was beginning to introduce, there are reasons to doubt Gwendolyn has a force of leadership at the moment. I think that to name an acting prince merely 2 nights following the abduction of our current one implies a certain pessimism.
And perhaps involvement.
Pessimism and rashness that our prince would not look favourably upon at the moment of her return. And we must, of course, believe that she will return.
No, indeed. And, of course, my concern lies in the fact that while we have extended every possible effort to discover the whereabouts of the prince, none of those efforts have been assisted in any formal capacity nor inquired after by Gwendolyn. So therefore, I feel quite discomforted to know that she is conducting this meeting without so much as even attempting to discover what has happened.
You hear a metallic sound. It sounds like a clank, 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 and it's coming from outside. The windows are not... The windows exist, they're kind of tinted and blacked out. You can see out, but no one will be able to see in. But you're hearing a sort of clanking against a window that's not too far away from you. Sounds quite a bit like someone climbing up the side of the building towards the window. The two Ventru milk toasts both... What is... As Gwendolyn's voice rings out from across the way. Oh, that's very likely fine. I believe I know who that is. A window is creaking as it opens, and you see a Fallout ghoul-looking, messed-up Nosferatu face. Am I late? Am I late? Ugh. Climbs over the window, basically flips over and lands flat on her back. You're not sure if that means that she is incredibly ungraceful Nosferatu or if she wants you to think that, but it's not usual to find a clumsy, ungraceful Nosferatu. Lies flat on her back, stretches. I miss front doors.
Oh,
She does not appear interested in getting up right now. She's just kind of lying on her back. She actually has hands behind her back. The window's still open, Gwendolyn. Could somebody get that? Jezebel, clean up after yourself. The Nosferatu pays no attention.
I chuckle a little, and I just like wave at her.
What the fuck? She leaps, and in that moment you know that the clumsy routine not real. She is on her feet. You could blink and she is on her feet, and it kind of looks like she lagged out. But she's on her feet. She looks around. She's identifies all of you. Identifies Jacob. Aren't you the people we were supposed to kill?
I don't know about supposed to, but I can imagine that you may have a bone to pick with us.
not everything is quite.
I don't have enough bones left.
Well, Jezebel, I believe.
Yeah.
Would you mind if we had a word?
She's looking around at the otherwise calm atmosphere and is like, okay. Hold it. Gwen! We're here to pick up the pieces and figure out what the fuck happened, right? Right? Why are the people who did the what happened here? Is there gonna be more happening? I did not invite them, however, I am convinced that they are not responsible for the events and that each in their own way were subject to the machinations of another party not affiliated with our Camarilla, and that we should listen to their side, and that they have no intention of descending into violence. However, if one of them does attempt to murder you, I will do my best to stop them. Does that help?
I look at Gwendolyn, I look back at Jezebel, and I go, I imagine you wouldn't need her help, though.
It might also
You are
help.
still sitting with Jacob and Slade. Jezebel has landed next to a window about 20 feet away from you, and you all are having a yelled conversation. You say you don't think Jezebel would need her help. Jezebel whispers in your ear, "No, she really fucking doesn't."
You know.
Nice.
Jezebel is behind Joanne now.
So I nod. I go, I thought as much.
We're used to Nosferatu stuff. Because, Mikhail.
I mean, it's Mikhail.
Her face falls.
In Madam's day.
Jezebel, about that word.
It looked... She thinks for a moment. It's just... Yeah.
Great.
She walks like a normal person as you lead her to another part of the lounge that's far enough away from everybody else that it would be obvious if they were staring at you and attempting to listen in, unless they have heightened senses, which is probably something you should be thinking about. But hey!
I mean, I'm not specifically going to try and, plot a coup or anything.
You might want to unmute Snip if you've been talking lately.
I also do want to turn my heightened senses on.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for that. would you like hearing or would you like sight?
Yeah, hearing.
Okay, as you enhance your hearing, the first thing you notice is that the soundproofing of the club's wall is still really good, but you are starting to hear underneath everything else the faint thumping of music and the sounds of people dancing, and it isn't damaging to your ears. You know that if you had tried that trick on the other side of that door, or if that door opens, you might have some trouble until it closes, but you're fine right now, and it's there, but yeah, you would be able to listen in on conversations if you chose to focus upon them.
Can I react on knocks, like turn it off if I hear knocking, and then turn it back on once the door closes again?
How about we roll to see if you notice?
Okay.
When the time comes. Okay. Now,
I just wanted to save time so that I wouldn't have to say it every time.
yeah. Who heads off with Jezebel? Just Joanne, who is the one who offered, or does anybody else pencil in on that? Okay.
I assume Flynn knows what it's about.
Katya needs to unmute.
I'd like to stick as one group as much as possible.
Okay, Jezebel looks slightly more uncomfortable the more people follow, but she also doesn't look like she feels she's in danger again, probably because she can fucking blink across the room. And that's, she's been perfectly visible the whole time. It is just that she has moved faster than anyone you've ever seen. As you get towards a private enough point, she looks around you. Jacob obviously doesn't go with you. She's like... He seemed to be with you, so I'll give you guys the benefit of the doubt.
Well,
Not sure how I feel
there's a
about
lot-
Glasses McFuck over there, but I'll give you guys the benefit of the doubt.
Sure how I feel
I'm not
about
sure
Glasses.
how I feel about Glasses McFuck. So, But, for now, he's useful.
That growl just seems to be her, I acknowledge this, move on.
If nothing else, he's fun to poke at.
He is fun to poke at. Okay. To the point. Let's not fuck around, shall we?
I look like this, I haven't done any fucking in years.
Oh, that's a pity. I imagine you'd be fun. Mikhail's alive.
And if you want him to stay that way, then you better listen.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
kind
I'm
of
sorry, what?
I'm just saying.
What the fuck, Nearly?
Why would you say that?
I mean, I'm
Okay.
not wrong, am I?
Pardon my friend here. What he meant to say was, we might need help keeping him that way. Not that we intend to harm him in any significant fashion, should you not play along.
We believe he's safe, but we can't get him back.
He was fighting a lion when I last saw him.
Yeah, but it's Mikhail.
Oh no, I mean, I never. I mean, unless one of you is a lion, I'm pretty sure he's not in your. What is it with you and the Anarchs? Are you with them? What the fuck?
Well, I don't believe that any one kindred should be immediately disregarded on prejudice.
I don't give a fuck about that shit. I'm a Nosferatu. You talk to me about prejudice. Holy shit. Oh, you've been talking to the Venture. Look, I want to know if you're with them because I want to know what the fuck's going on, not because I'm about to chop your heads off.
Well, yes and no. The point, I'm sure as you are aware of the Elysium, was to broker some sort of livable situation between Camarilla and the Anarchs. That has all gone to shit. Mikhail is currently...
In torpor.
For lack of a better word, he's a hostage.
Yeah.
He's alive, but he's a hostage.
Held by the
And-
people that we declared war on, except apparently we didn't.
Yeah. Well, we didn't, but war was declared. So we need to get war undeclared,
And
if possible at all.
And any allegiance, Camarilla or otherwise, aside, Mikhail is our sheriff.
If this evening ends with an acting prince who views us as being at war with them, then our chances of retrieving Mikhail essentially evaporate.
Who here thinks we should
Oh,
go to war
repeat
with the people
myself.
who have 10 times as many numbers as us?
That's a very good question. It seems a little fucking illogical, but yet.
You
But
saying
you know what
that's
also-
you saying that's Gwen's play? That's not what she's telling me.
I don't know what Gwen's play is, but what I can tell you is very illogical, is holding this meeting but a couple of days after the disappearance of the prince without any efforts to discover who took the prince, where and why, and if she will be returning in any way. So, whether we're acting in the interest of the court, in the interest of the sheriff, or in the interest of the kindred, I have questions. And I'm hoping they will be answered at today's meeting. And I'm hoping that we can come to some sort of agreement that actually benefits us as a whole, and not just a few select people.
Here's the fucked thing. The last that most of us here, not that I'm drinking buddies with him, but the last that most of us saw as we were running for our goddamn lives and get caught in a maze, that was weird,
That was weird.
was that
Can
the
confirm.
prince declared war and then oversaw it. This whole prince has been kidnapped thing, this is something we hear later. I haven't seen... Well, I mean, I saw a beat-to-shit mansion, but the last I saw the prince, she was at the Elysium. Now... What...
So
If you want-
the prince was so here's the question. If the prince was at the Elysium and last you saw she was there, then why is Gwendolyn playing as acting prince? Why is this even a conversation?
Well, as she says, the prince has been taken. The Anarchs cultists by someone. You're saying not the Anarchs? They have Mikhail, they don't have...
Not the Anarchs. They lost people too.
Yeah, they did. To these hands.
To the cultists. Who attacked us. Well, attacked me. And took me the other day. They tried to use some sort of brainwashing technique. It didn't seem to work though, but
That's what a brainwashing victim would say. Oh no, it didn't work on me. I'm fine. By the way, Heil Hitler.
true.
Okay, so that's -1 trust point for you. No offense, lady. You're lovely,
No,
but
that's fine.
Hmm.
But my theory is that the fake prince was put through this.
the fake one. Her! To Joanne.
No. Well,
If anybody here isn't brainwashed, could they put their fucking hand up? Well, now I'm getting mixed signals.
okay, so let me put it to you very simply. TLDR, as the kids would say. Juliet chose to work through a decoy for a number of reasons. I'm sure you can understand the logistics for safety purposes. I offered to go in her place to take the risk. Since we do share a bond, it would be easier for her to speak directly through me. And every act that was taken by myself was hers. The person who stormed in with Glasses McFuck over there was not the prince. Glasses McFuck was very much brainwashed and is quite remorseful because, well, stupid, he is loyal. So that catches you up roughly to where we are. We have kidnapped prince. We don't know where the other imposter prince is. We know that there are people afoot who are waffling about Nathaniel and trying other brainwashing things. There are a number of parties who seem to be playing for power here.
So there were two princes at the Elysium. Neither of them were the actual woman. And then there was a real one back at home who gets stolen out of the night.
Yes.
You literally could not make this shit up.
No.
So there's a fake prince out there who wants war. And you're saying that we need to end this meeting today making sure we don't have an acting prince who wants war. Well, to me it seems like if we have an acting prince who doesn't want war, then if we get a real... If that fake bitch shows up, then we have a reason not to listen to her.
That is a fair argument.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what the meeting produces today. I do believe everyone should have a fair opportunity to speak. I have my doubts as to the intentions of this meeting, but we want what's best for Kindred.
I mean, Gwenny's a devil you know as far as I'm concerned. Of course she wants to be in charge.
I don't know so much about the no part, though. That's too many questions.
And she's not suicidal, and that's what War with the Anarchs would be. Unless you're saying that she's one of those culty somethings, but... I mean, you're gonna have to give me more than that. And what do we need to do to get Mikhail back?
We would need an outcome where the Anarchs are not... well...
Where outreach to the other side continues in a relatively civil manner.
So they let him go when they don't feel like they might need him just to avoid a... Well, it's a funny position, isn't it? Because any other city, they could just stomp on us, but this one's got a history and too much noise, and we're all fucked, so... Even though they have the leverage without him, they don't feel like they do. I get it, but... It is tempting. Okay, do you know where they have him?
No.
Fuck! Never mind that idea. Can you find out?
We had some ideas ourselves, but... I would, if possible, like to keep my word. And not be a complete fucking asshole.
Or get eaten by a lion.
We think we can get him back, but... we need this meeting to end in a way that lets us continue pursuing our leads.
So help me understand. It's your position that Gwenny, bad news. Don't go with her if that's...
If at all possible.
I don't have enough to write her off. I mean, apart from the whole every kindred is untrustworthy bitch thing, but if there is more to go on that she might be part of this conspiracy and isn't just like the rest of us trying to muddle our way through it, then sure, but as I see it,
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you know anyone else who is capable of the magic that Gwendolyn is? Because to orchestrate the cloning, essentially, of the prince, Gwendolyn was involved. She, along with Mikhail, was the only person who knew what the plan was because we needed her help to create the, oh my god, hello, words,
Glamour.
What are they? Glamour. It's extremely suspicious to me that another prince would show up whose likeness is so perfect, would require someone to know the prince on an intimate level.
shit.
Gwendolyn was very quick to leave the room when things got ugly. No questions, just slipped away.
So, do we have evidence? Do we have proof? No, but we do have questions, and those questions are serious enough that I think it warrants further examination.
And you're really, absolutely, 100% goddamn sure that short, pale, and ugly over there, to Jacob, isn't just exactly the fucker who did that? I mean, he showed up with her.
Yeah, but that's because he's a very zealous, perhaps too loyal. He really wants to do what's right for the prince. Sometimes he thinks he knows what that is, and he doesn't. And I am loath to say this out loud because I'm not fond of him at all. Let's just say we have a spotty relationship. I do think that he was not involved.
Hang on a second. What the? No, that's not it. She sighs and shrugs and says, "Alright, look. You got me, the magic thing, it's concerning. Might be better not to put the reins in her hands right now, but, you know, if we get to the meeting and she's asking for opinions and I say, yeah, sure, go ahead, then, no hard feelings. I'm not totally, I don't know, look, I'll give it a think."
Give it a think. And you know what? If anything comes from this meeting, if more people if we have time to give it more of a think, that's not a bad outcome. I don't think we should rush this just for the sake of making a decision when we don't have enough information to make a decision.
That's annoying. Sorry, Windows beeping again while I'm trying to find something. Yeah, I hear you. At this point, the door opens, and Nulai, I did roll 6d6 for your wits and awareness in the background, and you got 2 successes, which was not the 3 I needed to hear a faint knock. So, what happens with heightened senses when there's a sudden jar to you? Yeah, wits plus resolve is the check. It's 2 attributes to figure out if the sound of the door opening allows you to dampen your senses in time for the onrush of club music. You could willpower reroll one of them. Just one.
Sure.
Okay, you hear the feedback and it's ringing in your ears. You dampen the senses as fast as you can. It's not fantastic. -3 dice penalty to all perception-based rolls, which is sort of an arguable qualification, but your senses have been befuddled and you're probably not going to notice things. It's a dialogue scene. You're probably not going to be affected too badly by that, but your eavesdropping during the meeting or throughout other mingling is probably not going to work now. Sorry you had 2 chances to get out away from that, but not meant to be. Okay. The door opens, as I say, and heads turn as they do. As the man who enters is not Crimson. The man who enters looks Middle Eastern, dare say, which marks him as the Banu Hakim Yusuf. He is short-haired, serious look on his face. He looks tough, but not, he's not a bodybuilder. He just looks, he has that kind of fighter bearing that suggests that this is a person who you don't want to mess with. Perhaps he has his own daunt turned on, you're not sure, but you wouldn't be surprised if he did. He turns around, he takes in everybody. And as he lands upon the gathering of you four, out comes a knife. He's still quite far away from you. But he just immediately is like, the traitors are here. Why are the traitors here?
What?
He has shut the door at this point.
Yeah, but my ears are ringing.
True, yeah, no, that's a fair. He looks quizzically, but he keeps his eyes, like, he's not, there's not a sort of danger scenario here, but he's just sort of braced, being like, do I have to fight? What's going on?
I would get out and I would walk towards him, just sort of unthreateningly, like wanting to chat, looking conversational, as conversational as possible.
As you begin to approach, the knife raises and sort of hovers in your direction as he says, I would not recommend approaching further.
As you can see, I'm unarmed, and I have no ill intent.
You will be unarmed in a different sense if you continue your approach.
That seems rather counterintuitive. I'm led to believe that you like answers to questions. And I'm sure you have a lot of questions. I have some answers. Perhaps we could spend some time working through
His
that.
eyes are very much locked on you, though you can tell that he's also looking past you, and the other 3 of the party know that he is very intently marking the presence of the people he does not quite understand. He shouts, Gwendolyn! Are you here? Yes, Yusuf, darling, it is quite fine. The situation at the Elysium was not what we were all led to believe, and everybody here does, in fact, have my, well, trust is a strong word, but none of them are working against us or intend to provide any sort of danger at this meeting. We have all been taken advantage of by some dark and dastardly individuals unaffiliated with our court, and we need to work together in order to deal with them. So please, I would beg you to put that down and hear us out. Anybody add to that?
What?
Wait and see what his response is.
I have been informed that our prince is missing. And the last thing I saw of our prince was a declaration that the 4 of you, as well as our sheriff, are traitors. That does not fill me with confidence or compassion. So if you have answers to provide, I dare say they must be very good.
Well, shall we take a seat, have a chat before the evening's proceedings begin?
Sit if you will, but I will remain right here until I have heard enough to suggest that I should relax. He remains in his battle stance. He doesn't look like he's about to charge you, but Katya, you feel like he could. You don't know that he will, but you feel like like he could, and that whoever the hell he chooses is probably not going to have a good time.
I will be hovering around Joanne in bodyguard mode.
Okay.
Flynn won't because she's still got her dawn up. Man. Actually, yeah, can she switch that to awe?
Okay, sure. The Nosferatu, who you were still next to at the time, if you have not moved, sort of chuckles and says, "Well, you're not seducing me, sweetheart."
Pity.
You can't tell if she's affected or not. A lot of vampires who might feel it have learned how to not acknowledge it. So you get the impression that it's not that she's immune. It's just that it's just that her bullshitometer is tougher than Jacob's.
And she saw it happening, so probably aware of it.
Kinda. Yeah.
So, well, you say the last time you saw our prince. I can tell you that is factually incorrect. As I
wish for me to doubt my eyes.
Yes, I wish for you to doubt your eyes.
Of course.
You're a kindred.
How long have you been a kindred?
You know better than to trust everything you see. What I can tell you is that as I was seated at the table, glamored as the prince was speaking through me. She was directly in connection with my mind. And the person who entered the door with the seneschal was not in fact the prince. The prince, Juliet, was just as shocked and surprised at this entrance. And it was a short time thereafter that our connection was severed as she was taken from the mansion by, at that time, unknown forces.
A fantastical story. I presume the evidence is to follow.
It's going to be a little difficult to prove, since the only people who were aware of it was Mikhail, who is currently held captive, and
The sheriff is alive.
The sheriff is alive.
Never mind.
Juliet, who is also currently held captive, I have reason to believe that she has been staked. She is not safe. And, well, Gwendolyn, as a matter of fact, was present and was aware of the plan.
Yes, I can confirm that I was asked to create a glamour spell for Joanne to mold her in the shape of the prince. As far as I am aware, Prince Juliet was involved with this, as was Sheriff Mikhail. I suppose a question could be raised that if there was a second fake prince, that perhaps the Juliet I saw was not the Juliet of truth, but I have no reason to believe in that, of course.
Funny that that's what you would go for, but okay. Yes, any other questions? I'd be happy to answer.
Still holding his knife, he's still looking ill at ease. But he states, "Words, as I'm sure you can understand, are wind. If your story is true, then the source of our betrayal lies somewhere else, in the form of that which was... Yeah, in the form of our secondary prince. The one who appeared, the one who declared war on the Anarchs. You state that this prince was also under a glamour. Gwendolyn, do you
Yes.
know about this?
I
I
look at her
have reason to believe that the other prince was indeed under a glamour. I did not see it dispelled. I, of course, was not involved in its creation. But, yes, I would vouch for that as well. Then in that case, the traitor is clear, and he throws the knife at Jacob.
Can I intercept? Can I, like, even, like, using my body, can I try and intercept it?
Oh, God. Jacob
We all know
was
how
not
good you are
standing
at
with
passing glass.
Jezebel, so you would have to, like, do a get down Mr. President leap for that to be a thing.
Yep.
I look at him and I'm like, who made you judge, jury, and executioner? I do believe you would have more questions.
Let's
to
figure
ask
out if
before you
Jacob's been
act
stabbed before we
rashly.
keep talking. That's a very calm reaction to an attack. Okay, let's see. It would be... It'd be athletics and dex if you're attempting to leap towards Jacob and either push him out of the way or eat the knife yourself.
Yeah, roll 20's not loading for me. You're gonna have to roll for me, I'm afraid.
Right.
Sorry.
Athletics and dex.
Oh,
Success is 1, but the success was the hunger dice, so you can eat a willpower superficial damage and re-roll 3 dice if you wish.
Yes.
My. Glasses McFuck is got a lot of reasons to rethink his opinion of you, perhaps.
It's gonna do nobody any good to, well, fuck.
2 more successes, which leaves you a total of 3. As I stated, you and him were in different parts of the lounge, and that was have to be a rather powerful super leap. You leap. You land. The knife is faster. You hear Jacob cry out, "Oh!" Now, he was sitting in a seat. The knife, which is quite a lengthy, like, it's you know, almost like short sword length. It's similar looking to one that you have seen from Sapphire. And you don't know if that means they are connected, or if Banu Hakim just have their own special ornate-looking knife as part of the clan initiation. You don't know enough about the clan, but he appears to have a longer version with the same sort of like markings on it. It's almost like a little serpentine blade sort of thing. It's not as twisty and curvy as that, but I'm trying to conjure an image that I'm not so good at describing in my head. But it looks like the kind of knife where you'd be like an assassin from a fantasy version of the Middle East might, you know, use that to stab people in the dark. It lands in Jacob's, like, shoulder, and it pins him to the chair. Yusuf immediately holds up his hands and states, "That should keep him still while we work out what is going on." Jacob is, You fuck! "You have had worse, and perhaps you shall still tonight,"
The night's looking up.
you say as you dust yourself off from the floor, and Jacob, who is quite sore, is like, "What was that?"
I'm not seeing a lot of this justice stuff I've heard about.
Primogen, as the sheriff's agents, could we ask you to hear us out before leaping to any more assaults?
"The sheriff's agents? Are they?" Gwendolyn, yeah, pretty much a lot of people in the room are like, yeah, no, they are. "I'm hearing a lot of unproven claims tonight. Do not remove that."
Oh, I wasn't gonna.
Oh, he was talking to Jacob, who is like, "It's in my arm! If you remove that, things will be much worse for you. Not from what I will do, but from what the blade will do. If you are innocent, I will remove it myself, and the extra features will not take place. I suggest you sit as comfortably as you can while your fate is discussed. And hope deep within your heart that you have done no wrong.
That's an interesting twist.
Don't twist it either. That would be way worse.
So what you're saying is twisted.
How much do you hate him?
So much.
You notice, actually, that he has another knife in his hand. You don't know when he pulled it out. It's the same one, but the one that's in Jacob is still in Jacob.
But I'll say, further bloodshed at what should be a peaceful meeting is perhaps counterproductive.
This place is no Elysium. I act in this way for assurance's sake. But I admit that it may yet still prove the four of you that are the wrongdoers this day. I ask again, what proof do you have of your tale? And if your tale does in fact implicate this second false prince, why then is he not to blame either? Why then is he to be treated with respect and care?
Well, where to begin? We came to this meeting with the intention of raising questions with more minds than our own. We are attempting to solve what is essentially quite a big problem, not just for the Camarilla, but also for Kindred in the city in general. And it makes sense to approach others who would have the best interests of the Camarilla at heart. So we came to this meeting in the hopes of sharing what information we have and hopefully being able to connect dots that we have not yet been able to connect ourselves. So we can present you with this information, you can question it thoroughly, and we can come to a conclusion together.
What do you claim is the real Juliet Hammersley's position on allegiance with the Anarchs?
Juliet's position with the Anarchs was one that was amicable, that we should work together in the interest of the Camarilla as well as Kindred, and not continue to perpetuate ancient stereotypes that seem to no longer hold much purpose, other than being purely stereotypes. We needed to make sure that we have a secure position here, and as such, we had to negotiate.
And if it helps, the first time I saw him after the Elysium, I punched him in the face and stabbed him through the heart. It helped me. It was very cathartic.
He's still holding his knife. He's still like, you don't know if he's going to use it, but he's still very tense. He doesn't seem to care about movements that you make. Just don't go close to him. He's. The word of the prince is not for me to question. But when faced with the conundrum of not knowing what the word of the prince is, I must use my judgment.
Indeed.
I will admit that a declaration of war is not in keeping with the Juliet I know, so I will entertain your assertion. For that reason, however, he will remain with the knife. For now.
Oh no, no one but him has asked you to remove that knife.
You seemed very concerned for his safety a moment ago. Did you think I was going to murder a seneschal before I had found proof of his guilt?
To be first in line.
Let's just say, a lot of people have taken actions that have resulted in a lot of bloodshed, even in places that were supposed to be completely safe and secure. So you can forgive us for being, well,
I acted,
cautious.
and I acted for your benefit, not his. Killing him is not the justice you perhaps think it is.
We shall see. I would feel far more comfortable. And as he says this, the door handle turns again. The door opens. If there were proof of any of the claims made tonight, the door shuts. Well, that was a good time to arrive. Would you like some? Crimson walks in. Once again, all eyes are on the newcomer, including Knife Man. As he turns, sees Crimson. You I do not know. La Sombra, I believe. That's me, shadow creature. Terribly scary to run into in a dark alley. What proof do you have? He points to a TV screen. He says, is there any way to play a little movie on that, Gwen? Gwendolyn agrees. If nobody stops him, he goes into the little side room where the television can be dealt with. He's got a little USB stick. He fiddles. And what appears on the screen eventually is security camera recognizable to be the museum, Night of Elysium. First thing you see is all of the vampires gathered back during the peaceful times. And a few of them scoff at this, like, what, you don't take video at Elysium, like, what is this? And he says, yes, I am aware that recording a vampire without their awareness or consent is a little bit less than nice, but there is no official law against surveillance at Elysium, and in fact I dare say that generally speaking the Prince and her team are a lot more likely to have some than have none, just for situations such as this. I assure you, none of this footage made its way into mortal hands when the museum opened the following day. All they saw were empty feeds. There was no party here. There was no violence here. Everything was immaculately clean. I have just the person for that. But there are a few interesting visuals that I would recommend you cast your eyes to. First, and he zooms to a certain point. He does that TV show enhance thing, which you know doesn't work in the real world, but he seems to be doing it, so that's some vampire shit right there, or some mage shit, you don't know. You got reason to believe it could be either or. As he zooms in on Arkady Volkov. This Anarch, and this one as well, points to Flanagan as well, were seen leaving early. This second one, the Irishman, not really an Anarch technically, he's a pub owner who kind of surfs both sides. Friendly sort, just seems to want to keep everyone happy. He found himself abducted by an evil cult and was rescued only last night. And he says, quite intriguingly, that our prince passed through the same location he did and was taken away before he was let out. Second clip. He zooms up to the moment of the violence breaking out. You see a small Juliet and a Jacob. Yes, very damning for our Seneschal, isn't it? But never mind that. As all hell breaks loose, the two of them separate. And you see the fake prince slip out of the meeting room. That's a strange action for a proud Camarilla prince who has just declared a war and taking care of business. You'd think that she would stay and fight. The Banu Hakim speaks up. Are you insulting our prince? No, I'm insulting a dirty, rotten imposter. I wouldn't dare to insult our prince. The camera changes. There is a new camera in a twisting maze corridor. And you see Juliet calmly walking down it. She stops, shimmers, and then you see Daisy LaRue. And Maximilian, who none of you have spoken to, suddenly bursts out with, My Daisy! What? What is this? What is this nonsense? You faked it! Alas, I did not. He pauses. That is our second prince, the one who seems to want to rip the Anarchs to shreds and get us all killed in the process. Is that enough?
Would now be a good time to mention that we might have the person who brainwashed her?
Yusuf, at the video evidence, has put his knife away. My experience with La Sombra has generally been negative. But that, and he points at Crimson as he looks to Joanne, is how you back up your claims. Now, what is this you say? Now, what is this you say about the man responsible? Is it the Anarch in the coat? Arcady.
It is not. But it does seem to be someone that has been earmarked as a troublemaker by the Camarilla. We've had an encounter with him in the past when attempting to find Miss Daisy LaRue as requested by Maximilian. It was a matter of sheriff's business. We were asked to track her down as she had gone missing. This led to a very disturbing discovery and a rather unfortunate encounter with someone known as Dr. Hansen, Dr. Emil Hansen. And then I show them the picture. We have him in custody.
Isn't that the Mbop guy?
That is not the Mbop guy. Very different from the Mbop guy.
Ah. Actually, I think that was two people.
May have been three. Who remembers? Suffice to say, he was heavily involved in some very nasty business. One of our own was held captive by him. I have reason to believe that Juliet is still held by his associates.
Crimson cuts in.
And we would like to question him.
Crimson cuts in. I'm sure Yusuf and everyone else who may be doubting that you're well aware of the blood hunt on Dr. Hansen. We don't need to give you any further reason to be certain that his involvement is decidedly on the traitorous, beyond reproach, he's the bad guy side. Yusuf nods.
It's just funny hearing you say that.
I say many things that make sense. You should listen more.
No, thank you.
Ever since Crimson entered, Jacob looks... I mean, for a man with a knife in his arm, he's kind of resigned himself to that because, like, vampires and injuries, it's a little bit different. He's not, in permanent agony from this. It's just uncomfortable. But since Crimson has entered, he's just kind of retreated a bit. Fucking coward. Anyway, alright.
Can't blame him.
So,
poor guy.
Yusuf, who seems to by force of will be in charge of the conversation now, asks, so you have this Dr. Hansen?
We do. And we would be questioning him right now, but, this was happening, and we thought it prudent to inform and discuss the pressing matters at hand.
And if we conclude that Dr. Hansen should be turned over to someone else's authority to continue this investigation, you would what?
Well, I would certainly question whose authority, because up until this point, nobody has even bothered to lift a finger to inquire after the prince's safety, never mind discover where she is or how she can be returned. And thus far, it has been us who have been doing all of that. So yes, I would be very hesitant to just hand him over to some grandiose display of, well, now we give a shit. You'd have to prove that you give a shit. And that's what we're here to find out.
Until this
Because
meeting
I'm
took
certainly
place.
not very trusting of anyone.
Until this meeting took place, my knowledge of the circumstances of our prince's abduction were rather spotty at best, and it was impossible to act until I was informed.
Easy defense to make, sure. In the interim, we have undergone at great personal risk to ensure the prince's safety and safe return. And while that may not yet have happened, you can forgive us for not feeling particularly generous or trusting of anyone in this room. In fact, coming here in and of itself was a risk, as you have clearly demonstrated.
And may I ask, Primogen, who but the sheriff's agents might have proper authority to investigate this? And if it might casually be obvious that I'm still walking around with shotgun craters from last night from the, might not do any harm.
And those injuries were incurred in the line of apprehending this Hansen, I take it.
They were.
A point in your favor.
Yes. As we are all here, and as I believe we have determined to everyone's satisfaction that the people gathered here are not traitors, and that we all want to see our prince safely returned.
Yusuf holds up his hand. Yes. He points to Jacob. The video you showed, La Sombra. How does it prove that this one is not working for this Daisy LaRue and this Hansen and his cultists? If I do not wish to have this meeting in his presence?
I would say, from our conversations with the Seneschal, we believe that he was misled that evening, as I would note, a great many others ultimately were.
If it adds to your perception of our Seneschal, I can personally attest that the man's mind is as weak as watered wine.
How you know that continues to disturb me, but yes.
You could let him testify. Tell his side of the story.
Have you words for us, Seneschal? Jacob is holding his... I was late to the Elysium due to orders that I had assumed were from my prince. She intercepted me, claimed that she had been replaced at the Elysium by anarchist traitors who were intending to form a false alliance so that the anarchs could take power over the Camarilla, creating a miserable upside-down court. I had no reason to doubt the words of a prince who I was looking in the eye. Therefore, I followed her, I lent her my support, and seeing that video as much as it did for the rest of you only proves how wrong I was, and I am deeply sorry for that. I would like to see her returned, and I will do whatever I can to assist in that.
So I take it that means you won't be putting your hat in the ring for acting prince, then? Seems unlikely, Gwen. Yusuf, his other knife is away here, calmly approaches Jacob. He looks at him. I am not removing this because I believe you are beyond doubt. I am not removing this because I believe that it is an even chance that you are honest. I am removing this because you have convinced me that you are not going to be any threat. He grabs a hold of the knife's handle and a sort of wave of energy passes through it. And Jacob, as he pulls it out, wipes it clean, sheathes it. If you're curious as to what would have happened if you had have removed that instead, remain so. Right. Well, as everyone is here, and the letting everybody know what the fuck happened at Elysium portion of the proceedings seems to have resolved itself naturally, and I don't need to, encourage that, perhaps we could move on to next steps. The fact remains, our prince is not here, and while we are all very, very deeply invested in her return and will stop at nothing to get her back, the Camarilla is wider than us, and it is entirely possible that this Daisy... that was Max. shall make further use of her ability to impersonate our prince, to give orders that would further bring us to the brink of war and destruction. For that reason, I propose that we instate an acting prince until such time as Juliet is returned, such that it can become known that the orders to follow are not to come from Juliet. I believe this will keep us safe in the long run, giving Sheriff Mikhail's absence and Seneschal Jacob's tenuous circumstance. I believe the responsibility doth fall to me.
Well,
20.
I'm going to say it, if no one else will. I don't think.
No, very rarely, dear.
Quick to wits, but not very quick to act, Gwendolyn. I don't know what your motivations are for this, but I do believe if you're acting in the interest of the court, it should not be you who takes the reins in the interim. In fact, I think given the massive amount of information that everyone has now been requested to digest, perhaps we should postpone a decision, even if by 24 hours, just to allow people to think a bit about what has happened, what has transpired, the new information that has come to light, and then make a more reasonable proposal. Because as it currently stands, that would benefit you more than it would benefit anyone else here.
Do you invoke the position of sheriff when you make that claim known? Or are you simply speaking in an advisory capacity as the prince's child, invited here by... Oh, that was me. I thought it would be better if they were here.
The four of us would be pursuing our investigations at this very second, were we not attending this meeting instead.
I simply ask as... with the absence of the official leadership, every Primogen and official member of the court has an equal say in how we proceed. I am willing to extend you the sheriff's voice, but I am not, and I believe most people here would agree with me, I do not believe that any of the four of you are individually entitled to have a say in Camarilla conclusions. They seem sharp to me. I'd say let them have their words. Crimson cuts in. Gwen just sort of looks at him like, what? Especially the redhead one. She always has something fun to say.
My position on this would be that we need more time to make an informed decision. Whether or not you wish to take that as a formal stance or not, I don't know. I would recommend that.
I don't think choosing an interim prince in such a reactionary way and so immediately is warranted.
Fact remains that you all have been too focused to select a new prince instead of trying to find the truth about the current prince. I think it speaks volumes.
And how exactly, Yusuf cuts in, are we to go about that if there is no leadership to keep us ordered? It is typical amongst kindred that nobody trusts anyone else, and we defer to our prince. Because if anybody else tells you what to do, it tends to bristle you. I don't have the patience for that kind of activity, so frankly I think a strong leader would perhaps be our best bet. Temporary though it may
What makes
be.
you think a strong leader is immediately trusted?
I don't think Gwendolyn is a strong leader. I think she's an opportunistic one.
She is the sole remaining member of the Central Court who has not proven himself to be a snivelling coward. That counts for something. And what of Mikhail? Shall he be returning to us?
I was about to ask you,
I was...
if we were to retrieve Mikhail, would that change your perspective?
Before Elysium, I would have said unhesitatingly. As it stands, he too was pointed at by this Daisy. But again, I have been shown proof, so yes. Do you believe that is something you could do in the short term, fetch Mikhail?
This time I legitimately get to ask, what?
Nulai, you don't trust anyone. But you do have a very fresh perspective on things.
What are you getting at?
I would actually trust a great deal your thoughts on what the next step should be. Who, if anyone, do you think should push proceedings here? If we are to go and get Mikhail, as is being requested here, we have a lot of work ahead of us, a lot of planning. It would be good if there was someone to look over the roost in the interim. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, getting Mikhail would be a good option, but I don't know how many of these Primogens trust us when we say, hey, let us just fetch our sheriff from the Anarchs.
It's also not a matter of just fetching our sheriff from the Anarchs. We would need to work with the Primogens in order to come to some kind of arrangement that Church would be satisfied with in order to release Mikhail.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the problem with you guys going into the Anarch's den to fetch the sheriff? If they don't like you and you get your heads chopped off, then I'm not going to your funerals.
Oh, then you're Sans Prince and Sans Sheriff. So then I guess the chaos is all yours to manage. Seems like a fun weekend, doesn't it?
I'll be on a plane to Switzerland in 2 hours if I need to be.
Well, then why are you here? Go to Switzerland.
Fun.
You seem to be very willing to abandon Shadeport as soon as possible.
If we're going to war with the Anarchs, nobody wins, you get out, you go somewhere else, you find some peace and quiet. That's how this shit works. I'd like not to leave my home, so, you know, if we can do the not war thing, that'd be good. But what I mean is, I don't have any trouble not trusting you to go and fetch him, because if you fail, well...
Okay, I think I need to read the room here first before I can make any sound judgments, Joanne. How many of you here currently believe, or rather, is there anyone here who does not believe that the current prince is kidnapped and is of sound mind and not wanting to wage war with anyone and does not call us traitors?
You mean, does anyone here still think that Daisy might actually have been Juliet and that I faked the video?
Basically, yeah. I know it's a
Well,
dumb question, but...
Crimson says. It would be very strange if I said I was in that camp, so you could use your logic on that. Everybody else? Most folks concede to the video. Then there's Maximilian, who just sort of... I don't... It's not that I think the prince would be like that, it's just that Daisy... No, I don't trust the Sombra man. I think he did something, but that... Look, I don't think the prince is a psychopath either. I just... Oh, bugger.
I don't trust the Sombra either. You're not alone
Maximilian,
on
we had our... Daisy had been in one of these facilities. It's not a... I believe she was brainwashed.
Oh, dear. Well... I have no complaints with any of this, I do hope she's alright.
Now, considering the situation, you all seem to be trusting us. What do you...
Trust is a strong term. We have reason to believe that you are probably not working against us.
Do you have any current reasons to believe that we are working against you?
Nothing beyond healthy suspicion over here. The others seem to...
Suspicion can be extended to everyone.
Exactly!
Now, I'm going to be the one to take the cat out of the bag. I do not trust Gwendolyn. I'm sorry if that hurts you and your drama-rich soul, but we have reasons.
Not the first time I have had negative things spread upon me by a homeless-looking fellow.
Well, I'm afraid that I will soon be homeless if I let you become the acting prince. Which is why I don't believe that Gwendolyn should be our acting prince. Case in point, the glamour. We have enough evidence, enough proof, even your own statement that you were the one who worked on Joanne's glamour.
Oh yes, I don't hide that. My prince asked me to perform that task, and I did.
What we don't have is knowledge on where were you during that rest of the evening. We also don't know who did the glamour on Miss Daisy LaRue, which I believe. You can correct me. I don't know about the glamour well enough. I have not had the education on all these vampiric powers as of yet. But I believe that you'd need quite a bit of knowledge, quite a bit of, intimacy in order to truly replicate something like that.
Selena speaks up. That is a good question. It would take either a very good working knowledge of our prince, or a very good working knowledge of the exact spell used upon Joanne. It's entirely possible that our Gwendolyn is responsible for both. It is also entirely possible that perhaps I was, as you say, if someone had the ability to study the spell that I cast, they would be able to replicate it. Yes? Yes. Right, exactly. And Maxie, do you know where Daisy is currently? No. Do you think you'd be able to get a hold of her? What are you going to do to my Daisy? Selena, what Gwendolyn means is that if the spell is still with her in a way, if she is still able to call upon it and become Juliet at will, if it hasn't been cleansed or destroyed the way that she did to Joanne, then if she were apprehended, it would be possible to determine whether the spell was cast by the same Tremere that cast the glamour on Joanne. Or rather, we would be able to determine if it were by Gwendolyn. I would be able to look at that. And you should definitely trust what she says, because we hate each other's fucking guts, don't we, dear? I would not go that far. But I have no interest in supporting you, no. So you see, that's how you get proof. I had nothing to do with this secondary fake prince. I can't think of a worse way to ruin myself.
Speaking of which, how exactly do you cleanse that? How do you cleanse the glamour?
As you recall, and as Selena repeats, Daisy dropped something on the ground, and every illusion in the room, apart from her own, was dispelled in that wave. So it was less of a spell and more of a ritual, because it was something physical that she was able to, like a pouch full of something, and she slammed it on the ground.
So it seemed like she might have been using an object that was provided to her, rather than she cast some spell herself.
It's entirely possible Miss Daisy LaRue studied either Tremere or Banu Hakim magic in her spare time. Did you teach her any, Yusuf? I do not fraternize with such people. Did not think so.
May I say, with all due respect, Maximilian, from our search from Daisy, I would not suspect her to be the type to study a great deal of anything?
Oh no, she's empty-headed. I have no problem admitting that.
So we can be quite certain that this cleansing ritual was procured by a Tremere. Would you not say that?
Yes, that is very possible. However, some schools of Tremere learning, and she stares at Selena, are more willing to part with their knowledge than others. I can assure you, I did not provide Daisy LaRue with a glamour dispeller. I have not provided a glamour dispeller to anybody in the last... well, more than a year.
Which makes me further think that letting our future prince, or an acting prince, be a Tremere might not be the smartest choice we can make today.
Let's cut to the chase here. Is there anyone in this room who thinks Gwendolyn should have the authority, having heard everything you've just heard? He glances around. He's looking for hands. He's not finding hands. Well, that seems fairly damning. So the next question becomes, we could argue as to whether we need one or not, but how about this, Crimson says. If we can all agree on someone to serve the role, then we have one. If we can't, then we go home.
Well, that was my next point. We did speak about who we can trust and who we cannot trust. And I believe, considering the events of the Elysium, events of the last couple of nights, and everything else surrounding these mysteries, I believe the most trustworthy person to be an acting prince would be none other than the person Juliet asked to act on her behalf, Joanne.
I look very surprised at this.
I would propose myself, but I doubt I could do anything to convince you.
I'd vote for you, homeless guy. Wait, are you?
You found him in a box.
Man, times are tough, huh? If you ever need to live in the sewers. Actually, that's not true. I'm not supposed to tell you where I live. Good luck.
Don't worry, I could tell from the smell.
It's an accurate statement. Jezebel does not seem offended. Gwendolyn sighs, shakes her head. You are asking to appoint a, 3-month-old vampire to a position of authority over some of us who have lived for a century or more?
I am suggesting to appoint the most trustworthy person to be the acting prince for the next couple of days while we finish our investigation and hopefully return the still alive prince to our court. I think when it comes to avoiding anarchy, trust is the most important thing. It doesn't matter whether she has the political skills to, act out on a war, because we're not planning to go to a war. We're not planning to make any major political movement. You said it yourself. We need an acting prince that we can trust, so that we don't take orders from a false prince.
The next person who speaks is Jacob, and he says, I have known Joanne since she was brought into the night. I advised against it. She was, as far as I could tell, a vapid little junkie with no business in our life. But in all the time of knowing her, Juliet said not, but that she would be a fantastic addition to the Camarilla court. That she had Juliet's utmost faith and confidence. I won't pretend and say the sappy thing and that, oh yes, ever since this situation went the way it is, that I'm suddenly starting to see what my prince saw in Joanne. No, of course I haven't. She's still an idiot. But Juliet Hammersley believed in her. Therefore, if the people here care as much for their prince as they claim to, then perhaps the shabby one has the right of it. Wasn't the most heartfelt and moving declaration of support, but it wasn't a declaration of opposition.
I'm fighting every urge not to blow him a kiss now, just to see how he would respond.
Don't let me stop. Selena speaks. I would feel comfortable with this arrangement. Gwendolyn sighs. Of course you would. Maximilian sort of shakes his head. I don't really care, to be honest. Slade the Ventru, who hasn't had much to say throughout this, he says, I shall respect the position of my clanmate. The Ventru are in favour. Who we still got? Jezebel. She stretches. I kind of want to drag this out so I don't have to climb down the window again, but I got nothing. She's yeah, sure. Yusuf, the Banu Hakim. It appears as if the votes will be in your favour regardless of my decision. However, I see no reason to deny this. The truth will come out, and if our decision tonight has been a mistake, then I shall rectify it personally. Gwendolyn at this point is just ridiculous. Well, you're not going to get a nod from me. I think this is a terribly silly idea and that we're all going to die, but nonetheless, if it's what you all want... Crimson! Do you truly think this is the way to go? Walter Crimson looks at her and smiles and says, I've always believed in open and honest communication. And that's what we've had tonight, isn't it? Open and honest communication from all sides. The gathered Primogens seem to think that Joanne here is the right horse to back, and I'm certainly not going to be an unnecessary hindrance to that. I think we could all learn from the values of open and honest communication, Gwendolyn.
Shots fired.
So by all means. He sits down. Well, acting Prince Joanne, is there anything that you would like any of us to do to aid in your investigation? Yusuf, I hear you have a captive. Do you need assistance in interrogation?
Do you share those knives, or is that just like a Banu Hakim thing?
We have only just met. My secrets are not yours. But if you wish for a tongue to be loosened,
You will have better luck with me than without.
Well, you are a neutral party. The alternative I had considered was to approach the Anarchs, who have thus far actually been far more helpful in our attempts to rectify the matters and the situation that the events of the Elysium.
That's a terribly
But-
honest thing to say in a court full of people who are opposed to the Anarch's way of life. Probably could have slipped that in before we voted in your favour.
I haven't hidden my dealings with them. They've been very upfront. Just as Juliet wanted. And, well, yeah, I mean, in the absence of other assistance. But, that being said, I do think that assistance from this fine gentleman and his rather intimidating knives would go a long way in getting some information and setting us all to rest, and perhaps returning another loyal member of this court once done.
How many of those things do you have, Yusuf? A man tried to count them once. I call him occasionally to see how far he's gotten. Well, we can definitely arrange that. Let's bring the meeting to a close if there are no outlying points that people want to raise to the Primogen, and we'll bring the session to a close as well. We can figure out the details of whether you guys take Yusuf straight to your house to deal with Hansen, or whether you guys make other decisions. Maybe you do go with church. That's something that you all can change between now and then, but we'll say that people begin to shuffle out, and that you'll have a bit of breathing room to decide whether you take on Yusuf or not, though he's definitely very eager to be part of this. And that was well done. That was good, saying the things that the specific people needed to hear. That could not have... That could have gone badly. It could have... Less so, I would say that by the time you arrived and you had everything in place and you knew what you were going to do, I was pretty sure that it would go this way, but there were a lot of things leading up, just different behaviors, such as with Jacob, or with Crimson even. This could have wound up being a very unpleasant meeting indeed. But
Oh dear.
y'all have straddled the political lines decently enough. Shall we wrap up? Are there any last minute things?
No.
Potentially, if someone remembered something they wanted to say to the entire Primogen, then we could do it at the start of next week, because we're ending sort of officially when the meeting's done, but that can be massaged. Right. Anyway.
We can let
Just
Raptor
thought an
sleep.
interesting choice of words.
Fairly well, everybody. I will be back next week with my regular streams. We will be back either in 2 Sundays, or 3 Sundays, or 4 Sundays, or 5 Sundays, depending on people's availability and random last-minute food poisonings. Fare thee well.